Okay, I think we finally got everything ready. Let me see what we got. Cool, cool. Alright. Bring volume down on some of this stuff. Alright, how's everybody doing tonight? Hey, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's all by Jeremy Luther. He's a friend of mine that I actually met through D&D. God, I'm like washed out completely. There we go. Yeah, Jeremy's actually, he's the same artist that did the stuff on the Merchant class. So, I love his art style. I'm a really big, John Krzyzewski fan. Okay, I'm a fan of his artwork, not so much the guy himself, but, he did all the stuff for, Ren and Stimpy. I just love that kind of, like, chaotic art style. It feels so alive and cartoony, and Jeremy just captured it completely. I love it. So, what we're doing with this live stream is I am trying to really get the dungeon going for the adventure that we rolled up the other day. So, I know really like the general like let me turn that down a little bit. I know the gist of what I'm trying to do with this dungeon. We have the adventure mostly lined out. I think we're gonna change a few things about it. Which, I mean, the DM's Guild or the DM's Guide is mostly just there for inspiration, and then you let that inspiration take you wherever you want to go. So, we are going to start out. Let's see here, get this text box. I've already drawn up some of the stat blocks that are going to come into play for this adventure. Whether or not this is going to be something I actually publish, I don't know so much about that. But so this map by Dyson, Dyson Logos is the man for if you want to make an adventure and you're worried about like I'm not a great cartographer. Maybe you just need something real quick for the night. Dyson is the man. So what we know we want to do with this, and I'm kind of letting Dyson's map kind of guide me here for like making this dungeon. So I see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, and an entrance. So we have 9 total rooms in this top layer. It looks like there's a hole here that goes down into this layer right here. You can see he gives a pretty good indication on the map where stuff is supposed to go. I like this pool right here. I'm trying to think of what that could be. Looking at this bottom layer, it doesn't really seem that there's a whole lot that's supposed to happen in here, so I think this could make for like kind of the cool boss encounter in a way. And what I'm thinking is, okay, so there's that's indicating that there's a secret passage to get into here. So this could be they walk in here, and kind of the mystery of it is that they're going to walk in, and the players are going to be somewhat understandably frustrated if they come in here, they have an encounter, and then they don't really know like what to do from here. And that's okay. Frustration makes people do some weird stuff. If we're playing just kind of like messing with the psychology of the players right now, it's like they could go in here, have an encounter, possibly find some really minor loot, and then just be kind of like, okay, and let you as the DM just sit back and let them like mess around with stuff until they eventually find this like secret entrance right here. It's very unlikely that over the course of an hour or two, there's no way that they're not going to somehow open this. So we're going to stick with that idea and hope that our players are crafty enough to get into there. But let me put a few labels on here. So first off, this is going to be the top floor. And we're thinking about this. Is it a cave or a dungeon? So dungeon is a kind of a catch-all term. Dungeon literally just means anything that like your players are going to delve into, like any sort of a labyrinthian kind of a environment where the players go in and then they get the typical, like, we think D&D dungeon delving experience. So dungeon is, like I said, just kind of like a catch-all term for this is the environment where they're going to do a lot of that aspect of play. So we're just going to refer to this as the top floor for the tree. And then this is going to be bottom floor. Now, there are some really good, if we're talking like classic, awesome dungeon design, and we're talking the traditional dungeon, the best dungeon I think I've ever come across was the Sunless Citadel. If you haven't seen that one, it's in Tales from the Yawning Portal. Great dungeon, and if you're a DM that's not really used to running a dungeon, that is an amazing first DM dungeon to go through. It's really big, so it can seem a little intimidating. There's a ton of rooms in that thing, and it gets you really used to running that kind of an environment and sitting behind the screen, knowing that that's the kind of world that you're like, having to narrate. What kind of monsters are you thinking of using? So for the hag, we're rolling with this as an idea of. So what are the themes here? So this is an old covens. The coven is going to be gone. It's an old coven's lair, and the idea is the main villain of this is going to be somebody who is interacting with the party beforehand and leads them to believe that there is a treasure in here. Based on what we rolled up the other day. Sorry. Based on what we rolled up the other day, the quest giver or the group patron is going to be this mysterious fae, according to the Dungeon Master's Guide. So with that, we're rolling with a green hag. The way that they're going to get this is that the way that they're going to be called to this adventure, there are going to be rumors going around town about this mysterious set of ruins. And they can probably get that information before they go and actually stay in the town. And then they all have different dreams while they're staying in the town about coming across this kind of treasure that they see, like this massive ruby. And it could be the sort of seed where I'm like, all right, DMs, let's think about what do your players want? And what can this ruby give to them? Is it power? Cool. Then this could be the kind of thing where the wizard in the party has this dream where they come into contact with this ruby, and then by touching it, they just suddenly see their hands wreathed in flames, and then they just feel this amazing surge of power, and we can let that dream sort of navigate. Okay, that already tells me, as a player, I'm thinking the DM is giving me something to bite off here, and I'm gonna go with that. Or just honestly, the motivation to riches. We're talking about this Hag's Eye being a massive ruby. A massive jewel. Do they have a picture of a Hag's Eye? God, it's probably not a super safe thing for me to be searching Google on a live stream, huh? But okay, so they actually use it as an eye. Huh. Well, that's DeviantArt, so that's not really official. I honestly really like the idea of this as... Sorry about the dogs. I really like the idea of this as a ruby or a jewel of some kind. So... That's right, it doesn't actually have... Oh, man, it's going to have a buddy over here in a second. And so part of the idea is that this is going to come into play. So I'm going to go ahead and copy paste that over. Okay. And I'm doing all this in InDesign for anybody that's curious. InDesign is what we use, really, if you want the industry professional look. This is what they use to make all the official materials.
Coffee creamer.
Oh, hey, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm just going to copy that over. The guy and some kind of an undead. I had kind of thought about that because, like, these are going to be green hags that were formerly in a coven, and this coven is no longer here. And the idea is that this NPC is somebody who knows the history of this coven and is trying to trying to get the power of it. And from what we rolled up, the cataclysmic event, where was that at? Cataclysmic event, framing event, cosmic. Okay, I had one right. Climax, growing. There we go. So it says right here, event-based villain actions. We're gonna call that our cataclysmic event. In the case where the heroes don't actually succeed, this idea is the NPC that's guiding them through all this will be trying to actually get a hold of this hag's eye, because it's something that may be required. Now, I know that this is being pretty free with the lore here, but it might be the kind of thing that we say, this is really important to this coven, and if she gets a hold of this hag's eye, she knows a ritual in order to change herself into a green hag and assume power over this layer, which would be horrific. Cataclysmic event of a green hag coming into power in her lair, that will wipe out a nearby settlement. We're talking, suddenly they can just bring every tree in the forest can just be under her control as an awakened tree. That is horrifying. So, rival hag? So what I think we're going to roll with is that this is going to be this coven's old lair. And I'm trying to think of where to put the different set pieces right now. The main idea being this humanoid that's been cursed is going to be, which was something else we rolled up, is actually going to be a were-rat. And this were-rat was a person from the nearby town who willingly took on this curse because they knew that the only way to keep this thing contained was to possibly like absorb a portion of this curse's power. And I'm thinking the planetary alignment side of it was something else that we rolled up. And that's where I'm thinking the ritual of this all comes into play. We're just going to be pretty free with the lore here. The ritual is something that can only be conducted like during a planetary alignment. I think that fits in pretty well. A lot of players are going to take that and be like, oh, cool, it's all mystical and everything. Let me get my formatting in here. I have my own custom, like, sort of style I like to roll with. Like, I generally like the way that the books are laid out. Personally, though, I would love to see them get away from Mrs. Eves, which is this, wait, that's not it. Where's it at? Oh, did I finally correct it? Okay, hang on. Let me see here. Table of contents. Nope, that's not right. Okay, this is an old style. Let me just show you guys what I mean. So Mrs. Eves is the font that they use for a lot of the Player's Handbook stuff. Having some lag. Is that maybe on my end, or is it on your end? I don't really know. I know that there's a little bit of a delay in between whenever I talk and what's put on YouTube. Yeah, so this is what they use for a lot of the Player's Handbook stuff, is this Mrs. Eves font. I like the font, it's just that whenever it's really small, it gets a little hard to read. That one's actually using an outline, so it's a lot easier to read. Yeah, so as soon as I start condensing this down to like 10 point, it just gets to be a little, I'm not a fan. So I like things to stand out, and that's why I roll with Modesto, which is what they use for the title, the covers. This font up here on top, that's called Modesto. What is going on with this music? Let's see here. What? There we go. So, yeah, let's get Fiendish Imp going. Love these guys. Okay, there we go. Okay, so Old Coven's lair. First off, we need to have our foyer. So what's our room one? We're just going to call it the entrance because that sounds all pretentious. Okay, so this is going to be this area right here. What's going to be difficult about this? I would think to get into this, there should be some kind of a... something should be sealing this off. And what's a really good means of protecting a hag's lair? What would they be doing? I'm not a huge fan of riddles to get in. Riddles feel really cheap, and then whenever you're actually like trying to play that out at the table, you never really get that Lord of the Rings, Melon experience. So, like, that's really cool in like writing and fantasy books. I've just never had a riddle really pay off for like a obstacle in a dungeon in a way that I want it to. So I really try to shy away from riddles whenever I'm creating like a barrier for entry somewhere. Maybe a riddle is something that hides a treasure, in which case it's kind of cool that you can like, hey, if the players figure it out, they get some treasure or something. Underwater door. So this is going to be a tree in the middle of this forest. That might be cool if it was like the tree was sunken in and some of the, like the only way to get in was, wait, aren't green hags amphibious? You know what? That is a really, really damn good idea, actually. Okay. So this is a tree that's like submerged in a swamp. I like that idea. Ooh, thank you, Moonring. That was really, really killer. That's enough of a barrier to like challenge the players, especially at early levels. If they haven't rolled up races that have like, water breathing or something like that, that can be a little hard to get through. So we're gonna think about the environment that this is in. What are you doing? Core. Get back to core body. There we go. The environment. Okay. So we have the environment. I like that idea. So this is going to be a submerged entrance. Submerged in swamp water. So we're going to have to, I would say as I'm writing this, another cool thing to do is, if you're thinking about writing adventures professionally, is whenever you have an obstacle that has like certain rules that are going to come into play, for this we're thinking suffocation and swimming, it's a really good practice to include a rules reminder to the DM, so that way they're not having to refer to this other page in the book and yada yada yada. So we will include that. Dyson's map, like we'll play with that and edit it to where, or do we really have to? It could be like this whole area right out in front is just basically full of water, and we can mess with that in Photoshop here in a little bit. So this whole area would be submerged, and several of the areas around the tree would be full of water. And this would be actually a slope going down, and they'd have to get into this chamber. And then what would be, like, they open this door, and then how do we explain? I guess the water would just go like pool into here. That does give a pretty cool reason why this whole basin and everything would be here. I dig that. Okay. A player will... let's see here. Text frame options. Okay. Now, how do they unlock it? How do they get in? Do we really need this to be protected by much other than the water? Because that's already going to be pretty challenging, right? They're going to have to swim down there and open this. But if they have a player that's like or can swim already and it's not a big deal, then this is just kind of a very, very minor obstacle. How do hags usually guard their lair? Hang on. You know, I'm gonna grab a mug for my coffee. I'm gonna grab Volo's guide, and I'll be right back. Yeah, me neither. Okay, cool. So, got Volo's guide. Man, what are you doing? Go on. Thank you. Alright, so I got Volo's guide. Volo's guide has got a pretty good, some pretty good, like, help and inspiration for making a hag's lair. Actually, I'm actually pretty sure I bought that over on D&D Beyond. Oh. God, there we go. Okay. Let me actually pull this up over here so that I'm sure that we are... Make the door invisible. Yeah, let me pull this up over here. So, Volo's guide... There we go. Volo's guide has actually got this whole section on monster lore and hags. So let's see what's going to be going on in a hag's lair. Role-playing a hag. Ooh. Oh, okay. I need to roll on this table here in a second. Because I want to flesh out this NPC's personality. I love these. Okay, weird magic. Oh, and so another big thing for me is I'm a huge fan of the Zelda kind of the Zelda philosophy to like magic item and equipment distribution, where you go on this adventure in a dungeon, and somewhere in the dungeon you get a hold of a pretty fucking cool magic item, right? And I thought it would be hilarious if this were a means of the party getting access to one of these like hag mounts, to where they could ride in I don't know, a giant bird's nest or a cauldron or whatever. It could probably only fit like one or two characters, but early on they're gonna think that this is just the coolest thing ever. I don't see enough adventures really run with that, where like the hags have these ridiculous mounts and they get to just fly around in a cauldron or something. That's super cool. If the players can attune to it and do whatever, I wouldn't mind that at all. That would actually make travel really cool. So, green hags inhabit dismal forests, swamps, and moors. A green hag's body, whether broad, narrow, fat, or thin, is topped with a large tangled mane of hair. A green hag thrives on creating despair and tragedy in the lives of her victims, using her skill with illusion magic to help end this goal. Destroying the hopes of others brings her unbridled joy. Okay. Lives long enough for as unnecessary resources can alter her basic nature, leaving behind her old physiology, something that of a hag appropriate for the environment of her current home. She might accomplish this transformation through force of will over time, or ritual or assistance of her coven. Oh, hey, thanks, Vilix Fireman. I appreciate that. Yeah, Forge Domain is, oh my god, if you haven't played that class, that subclass yet, please do. That I had so much fun playing Forge Domain Cleric. Uh, Hag Covens. Okay, so let's look at their layers. Um, Hag's Murderer's Home. The craft doesn't look like a coffin or a mausoleum. And the gluttonous one may look like a tavern or a gingerbread house, because such places are convenient for them. Okay. At some point, I want to just run a ship as a dungeon. That feels like that would be so damn cool. And the skull. I mean, a giant skull as a hag's lair, like that is so. Oh my god. I want to just do like a massive Titan skull at some point as a dungeon. Dyson's actually got a really great map for that. So let me take a look. Tree layer. Exit strategy. Okay. So this is a really fun thing that I had thought of initially. I don't know if I want to throw it into this dungeon, but I had this idea for the Hag's Lair where it was in this big tall tree fortress. And then at the very top, she's going to be up there doing her stuff with her big cauldron. And then the party, once they get up there, they should have some indication going up through the dungeon that there's like a big tunnel that goes through this tree. And then if they get up there and surprise the hag, the first thing she's going to do is hop in that cauldron and go down this chute and just like get launched out of the tree. I love that idea so much. That just sounds so funny to me. And there's so many ways that if the party is good at sneaking up on the hag, they could be able to, like, I don't know, put a boulder or something in front of the exit chamber. And so that way, whenever the hag goes through there, like, expecting, oh, you know, I'm getting out of here hot, she just rams right into the boulder. It, like, oh, man, I really love to run really funny adventures like that, where, like, I let the party, how do I put it? I give the party a punchline, and I expect them to find the punchline. Set them up for a joke so it just kind of, like, writes itself. I love, love, love dungeons like that. So for this, let's see. If we could just make it a door. This is going to be an old. This is going to be an old, ruined, like, lair of a former coven. So them getting to the door already is going to be a little bit of a, like, icky thing. What could be... Okay, let's think about this another way. What could be in the water, right? A big old giant constrictor snake? That would suck real hard. Giant toad? Giant toad is one of my favorite early level beasts. If you haven't run that yet, giant toad is so cool. And absolutely super scary. Couple things about giant toad. Number one, this is a CR1 beast. Beastmaster, I really wish... I think here in the future, whenever we see the Beastmaster get errated here in Tasha's, giant toad is going to become the new favorite Beastmaster beast. This thing is so scary good. This is... leeches? Is that what you meant to say? Ooh, that's gross and great. I actually have some giant leech miniatures. Hey, yeah, you guys tell me, is my audio too loud? Because it looks like I'm clipping real hard. Yeah, let me know if that's too loud. If it's like clipping at all, give me a heads up. So, the giant toad, it does poison damage. It has its swallow. And this swallow can be a thing where it swallows a creature and then goes down, like, inside of this layer. Wait, it's large. It's large, so that means it would be able to... We're going to say it can get in here. It's okay, thank you. Yeah, we're going to say that a toad has made its nest in here. Okay, and then best practices, we just going ahead and bold that. Cool. So, they're going to have to deal with a giant toad. Thank you, thank you. They're going to have to deal with a giant toad to get into this layer. Giant toad to a first level party is super scary. Especially with a DM that knows how to take command of this stat block. So, like, looking at them, really high strength, especially for CR1. Great constitution. So I thought about bullywugs. I think bullywugs could be like maybe a social encounter before, like kind of leading up to this. Bullywugs and hags, I'm pretty sure in lore kind of have a pretty big clashing because they tend to take up the same environment and they'll fight over territory. Usually goes really poorly for the bullywugs. Let me see here. Do they recommend that? And again, bullywugs, great monster, especially for really early level parties. I love bullywugs. I actually love them so much I made them a race in my homebrew game. Let's see here. Okay, hag ideals. They have minions here. Lair actions. Minions and pets. Okay. Undead bully. Ooh. Man. See, that's why I love these live streams, man. You guys provide some really great input that makes me just think, like, think of stuff I would not have thought of. That submerged entrance, that's gold. I love that idea. And it's already painting a character for this, it's already painting a new character for this dungeon that wasn't there previously. Let me make sure. I just gotta make sure that Spotify is not playing anything with a copyright on it. Rugged Smothering. It's a CR2. We don't want to hit them with a CR2. I think, you know, it says these servants here, but like the only ones I feel that are actually like kind of usable for this low level encounter or this like low level adventure are going to be swarms of rats, swarms of insects, scarecrows, maybe, very much maybe, a Rugged Smothering. A Rugged Smothering, this is another instance where I look at it and I'm like, man, I don't like the way that critical hits and vulnerability are calculated in D&D. To me, the Rugged Smothering, it would only make sense that this thing be vulnerable to fire damage. This is a rug. Like, I think, to me, I would love to give this thing fire vulnerability. The reason why we don't is because vulnerability in 5e is so scary. What I wish they had done, and the way that I roll it in my games, is I swap the mechanics for critical hits and vulnerability. If you score a critical hit, it does double damage. If it's vulnerable to the attack, it only gets an extra die of damage. So that way, it doesn't feel quite as absolutely detrimental. I'm also, like, my roots in RPGs come from JRPGs, so, like, I grew up on Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, you know, like, all the old classics, and I really wish there was an easy way for us to do, like, damage absorption, you know, just have it in the stat block, it absorbs the damage, instead of it having to be a trait. There's a lot about the 5e stat block that I think, from a graphic design standpoint, we could get a lot more information out of this without, like, bogging down the stat block. Like, okay, so let's just take this Rugged Smothering real quick. I'll show you what I mean. This is going to be an old, we're just going to say it's a nasty Rugged Smothering. Like an old, tattered, whatever. Because I want to give it vulnerability to fire damage. Because I'm just that guy that needs to reinvent the fucking wheel. So... Hey, how's it going, CBAV? Okay. Oh, not too much. We're just working on this, the dungeon for the Hag's Lair that the Hag adventure that I came up with the other day. So not a whole lot. We've decided that this area right here is going to be submerged. Moonrig suggested that. I really like the idea of leeches. As much as I think a giant toad would be amazing to throw in here, um, I think leeches are going to be a lot nastier. And it gives us a reason to make a stat block for this thing. So we're going to do that, actually. I like the giant toad. That feels really classic fantasy. And, like, we're going for a pretty tropey dungeon here. So giant toad or leeches, what do you guys think? Because leeches means that we're going to make a new stat block. Giant toad is we can move on to something else. But if you guys want to see really the process of making a stat block in InDesign, I don't mind showing you guys. So I think for the giant toad, dice roll to determine what comes. Okay. Alright, got a d6 here. If it's a 1 to 3, we're going to roll with the giant toad. If it's a 4 to 6, we're going to do the stat block for the leeches. That's a 1. Alright. So we're sticking with the giant toad. The leeches could be a thing that we come up with for another part of this. Leech on the giant toad. God. So we'll hang out with the giant toad. And I'm going to show you guys on this Rugged Smothering my idea. So, here's us doing a stat block real quick. Leech in an undead toad. That's... You know, because yeah, it is going to be abandoned. I think to me the giant toad is a natural creature for the environment. That doesn't mean it shouldn't be twisted though. Because the toad, that doesn't mean it shouldn't be twisted though, because this is going to be an old hag's lair. These are going to be some ruins. This toad is going to be somewhat twisted, so that could be a really freaky monster. Is that it's a giant toad? It's a giant undead toad. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna keep the Rugged Smothering here. I like that idea too much not to try and make something out of it. So, let me ungroup this. I'll come back to you. God, see, I like that text so much more than Mrs. Eve's. That just looks so much better. It's bold, it's easy to read. Like, oh god, I love Modesto. I will never get past that font. It's what I'm using a lot on my channel right now. Okay, so we need to make this nasty giant toad. Nasty undead giant toad. So we're going to borrow a few things. Where's the top part? No, you can't just copy half of that. Come on, give me the whole... There we go. Boom. There we go. Have it be scenery like a giant statue until the player disturbs something to awaken it. That could be... this is a decaying looking gross toad. That, like... It doesn't really come to... Maybe it's touched by a bit of the residual magic that's left over by this coven, right? And...
Heading out. We'll be back in a little bit.
Okay, cool. We'll see you guys here in a little while.
Alright, love you.
Love you. This body of this toad has been, like, touched by some old, like, just nasty hag magic. Is it... I guess we could say it's a zombie. Or is it giant toad zombie or zombie giant toad? I think it's giant toad zombie. That already looks really cool. I just love that idea. Large beast. Yeah, I like that. My bully was because the undead toad keep eating. See, that's an idea. Where, so we have our beginning, we have our setup for the adventure. Not only does the party know about what's going on. They have to go to this ruins and do, you know, XYZ thing. Throwing bullywugs into here could be really fun. And that feels very classic fantasy. That could be a quick, like, second act of this thing where, you know, they're in town, they're hanging out, and then as they go to the area, they are, like, assaulted by a band of bullywugs. Like 20 of these things. And that that introduces, like, yeah, the party gets captured, but once the party is outnumbered like that, especially at early levels, I find that they're more likely to parlay than they are at later levels whenever they feel like they're big badasses. At first level, whenever you see that you got 12 hit points and you see more bullywugs than you have hit points, you start to think, like, I need to talk to these dudes, you know? Oh, God. Just like a massive ball of, like, slithering leeches. That's horrifying. Is there a leech swarm stat block? Is there? That would be really cool if there was. There we go. Oh, God. Sorrow Sworn. Slithering Tracker. Do we not have a stat block for a leech? I could have sworn there was one in one of the adventures. No! We don't. We don't have a stat block for a leech. Okay. So I like the idea so much. I like the leech. We'll think about that. Because what now it feels like what we're doing is that the Coven's Lair is going to be like the big dungeon, and that's where they're going to have their big revelation, what actually occurs in all this. But in the middle section, they have to travel through this swamp, and in the swamp we're gonna have bullywugs. We're gonna talk about leeches, giant frogs. What else? Do we really need much else? I don't really super think so. If we're trying to make something that someone can run as a one-shot, this is starting to push our time limit right now. Because we're saying a one-shot ideally. I think the best one-shots I've ever ran could take place in 3 hours. Those are super quick. Let's say I have some buddies though that want to come over for D&D and, you know, beer and pretzels, and they want to play for like 6 hours. We can totally do that. A really great 4 to 6 hour adventure that you guys should check out. I covered it here on my channel before. Shore of Dreams by JVC Perry, who I actually had on my channel this last month. That is, without a doubt, the absolute best one-shot I've ever played in my life. I've ever had the pleasure of DMing in my life. That is so really well written, especially if you're trying to get away from the Eurocentric kind of flair that a lot of D&D campaigns tend to have. Shore of Dreams has a really Japanese sort of aesthetic to it. Really, really complements just this incredible story. Go check that one out. That is such a great adventure. One last thing about that thing, and I will totally get off of Shore Dreams. It teaches you a lot about DMing as well. I really recommend that for anybody who's trying to pick up some new DM skills. Just read the how to DM this adventure section on that. That is brilliant. I love that adventure. Okay. Do that. So the second room, we have our bullywugs, we have our leeches, so we're just writing ideas over here. The entrance to this, I think, would make sense. It always pays to have a really fun bodyguard right up front. I always think that those are really cool. Sorry, that's S. I'll type it in chat here in a second. You can go pick that up in soft cover for like $14. Um, it is, yeah. I highly recommend picking up the print version of it. Let me just show you why. Okay, I knew I was gonna run this one a lot because I DM for some conventions and stuff. Um, this is such a professional looking product. Uh, Artwork is just incredible. It is extremely well laid out. I don't know who does the actual map design for it. Let me take a look. Cover art, layout, playtesting. Oh, it's Dean Spencer. No wonder. Okay. Um, Dean Spencer is currently my favorite artist for fantasy art. Dean Spencer is. I think we have like 15 pieces by him in the Heroes of Frozenfar book. Uh, Dean Spencer, I'm going to commission him in the future for all of my next products. I love his take on like the classical fantasy style where it looks just gritty and great. Yeah, I hang on. Let me see here. Um, you know what? I say this. Let me look it up because I don't really know if Dean Spencer has any like NSFW stuff. I just want to be sure before I live stream this. Okay. God, he's just fantastic. Okay, I'm doing a real quick skim. Is that? No. Okay. Yeah, so this is the artwork of Dean Spencer. Um, I love his style. He is a master of the classic fantasy look, and he's somehow evolved it into make it his own. Um, that's just so like I love that look for D&D adventures. Now, I definitely like Eva Weiderman's work on all the D&D stuff that we currently have. Um, Eva Weiderman does. Let me see if we got it good. Did she do the Eric Hakra? That looks like her style. Um, so like Eva Weiderman is one of the bigger artists on 5e. So 5e has this certain kind of a look. It looks great. It just, to me, there's something so fantasy about what Dean Spencer does. And I can't get past it. I love, oh, like, what is, okay, hang on, you guys can't really see the preview. Let me get this. Alright, hang on, let me move this display because it would totally be worth it. Yeah, like, look at this guy's stuff. Like, the bubbles actually feel wet in this. Oh, man, yeah. So, we have a lot of his artwork in Heroes of Frozenfar, and I'm really looking forward to working with him in the future because, God, his artwork is just incredible. So, that's a big tangent on just me fanboying out over some artwork. Okay. Let's take a look. Quicklings, were-rats, wow. This is also, like, okay. I have a really big gripe with the way that Wizards of the Coast does not make things, like, plotted out for tiers. I don't like the fact that if you're thinking, cool, I can run a Sea Hag, and that's a CR2, so I can make a low-level dungeon out of this. And if you're a DM that's trying to experiment and, like, roll up some cool thing for you and your buddies, and then you roll up and you think, okay, brutes, random table, let me take a look here. Okay, 10. Red caps. Okay, cool. 2d4 of these things, and you just write that down, and you don't even think, you don't even plan. And you go look at the red cap, and you see, why would a Sea Hag have possibly 10 red caps as minions. I will never understand why they did that in Volo's Guide. That is a huge gripe of mine. This would kill. This wouldn't just kill. This would brutalize a party of like level 1 characters. This would brutalize a party of level 4 characters, possibly a party of level 8 characters. And yet that's tossed in here as brutes, as just like 2d4 plus 2 red caps. Like, oh my god, no. I think what they really need to do, like, now that there's all this like news kind of going around about some big shakeups going on at Wizards of the Coast, possibly looking at a D&D like 5.5e or maybe a 6th edition, which in either case I'd be pretty shocked if they went in that direction. But what I think we would really need to see is just some better formatting and more consideration. Yeah, red cap. No, if you had 10 red caps, they would not listen to this hag. Like, there needs to be some consideration for what happens whenever people first get the book. Oh, by the way, there's 1d4 Onis that are also on here as brute minions for... Why? This table sucks. This table is terrible. And this isn't an official book. And it doesn't give you, like, an indication of, like, hey, you want to run a hag? Cool. Roll up one of these. I'm sorry, what? That's insane. What Wizards of the Coast really needs to do going forward is think about what happens. And this was a big thing that I really like that Kate Welch was trying to bring to the table, is think about whenever your customers are first going to roll up a dungeon in your game. Yeah, the inmates would run the prison, for real. Think about whenever a DM gets these books that they've been recommended by a YouTuber or for whatever reason, and they start to roll up a dungeon. And then they look and they're like, oh, an Oni? Cool, those make good brutes? Well, it says it in the book, let's try it out. And then suddenly they throw 4 fucking CR7 monsters at their party? Like, I mean, come on now. Come on. Like, I know most of the people that are going to read this far are usually people that have more experience with D&D and know that once they see that, that's a little unreasonable. But why? Why is this on here? You know, sometimes I feel bad about some of the random tables that I make, or like, I feel like, oh god, man, something about this just doesn't make sense. I feel like I'm breaking the game. And then I just go see something that they put in an official book, and I'm like, oh no, man, I'm doing just fine. Like, this is insane. So, yeah, that's a big thing. Tip to you DMs out there, take everything that's in all of these monster books with a big grain of salt. Volo's Guide, while I love the book for what it introduced, I love the lore sections, the random tables make no damn sense. No damn sense. Please, before you throw something like this at one of your players, consider that they think that 1d4 flame skulls that are a CR4 are an appropriate minion for a CR2 green hag. Or CR3 green hag, my bad. Yeah, it's whatever. So, Helmed Horror. God. See, a Helmed Horror is another one I'd like to run, if not for the only reason being that it's the only monster that has immunity to force damage in the entire books. So, I would like to see that be more interesting of a monster than just its scary animated armor. Magic resistance, spell immunity, but I just don't feel inspired by this thing. You know? Like, to me, I don't really know what this does different other than it has, like, more magic resistant stuff. I don't know what's different about throwing this at the party instead of just, like, animated armor. You know? So, back off of that tangent. Okay. So, room 2. This is a big cistern. All the water that is filling up this chamber right here is going to dump out into here, into this pool, allowing the party to get, like, into the dungeon itself. So, this is going to be, like, our, some kind of a chamber. What do we call this? basin chamber, maybe? I don't know. When door, just get as specific as you can. The water from maybe have the helm horror be in a group deep Imascari explorers? Deep Imascari? I'm not super sure what that means. All the water from room 1 drains into this area. Okay. So we like our giant toad zombie, right? So let's talk about how you make a monster into a zombie. So, few changes that need to be made. You can make any beast, any humanoid, into a zombie. Real easy. You can make owlbears into zombies. Imascari. Aren't they like... Wait, they're not elves. Imascari. Oh, no kidding. Okay. Huh. Man, that's... if you're not subscribed to him, you ought to go subscribe to AJ Pickett, because he's like the lore guy. Okay. Let's take a look. We have our zombie. So, ideally what you want with a zombie creature, is that you don't greatly bolster its CR. Because this thing is already a CR1. Well, the giant toad is. So, oh, they're not 5e. Huh. Yet. Hang on one sec. There we go. Alright, so we're pulling a few things over here. Turn this up a little bit. Okay, there we go. So, we know we want to give it Undead Fortitude. We need to have all the basic... all the basic stuff for it. Okay. Now, me working over here... thinking of a way that I can pull this over. There we go. And then keep this up. I want to be able to see what you guys say. There we go. That'll work, right? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So, we need to grab Undead Fortitude. The way that I think about making a monster a zombie is I consider the zombie to be what would happen if a commoner got transformed into one of these things. So I see a few different changes that are made. Number one, it gets 2 additional hit die. Or 2 hit dice. Its constitution increases by 6. Oh, cool. Alright. Well, yeah, man. We'll see you here in a little while, Moonring. Maybe. Its speed gets reduced. And that needs to be all of its speeds. It gains proficiency in wisdom saving throws. Okay. Strength. Increases by 3. Dex decreases by 4. Ah, one of these. Okay. Intelligence is... Intelligence becomes 3. Wisdom... 4. Okay, so those are the big changes that we have there for the zombie. It gains... gains dark vision. The languages... I think they actually still know Giant Toad. That'd be kind of funny, actually. Okay. So that's kind of the palette that we look at whenever we're thinking about adapting a creature from a, like, whatever its stat block currently is over into a zombie. So I'm considering a few things with that. Let me see here. Giant crab, giant... Is this giant frog? Whoa, what is that? Okay. No, that can stop right now. What just happened there? Alright, we're gonna go back to that. That is super unchill. Alright. So there's a couple ideas I have here. We can stick with the giant toad. The giant toad is a large beast. We can go giant frog instead. Giant frog lets us get more flexible. Because giant frog is a CR 1/4. And we can put 2 or 3 of these things in here, which I really dig. This thing can swallow smaller targets. Huh. Yeah, I think we're gonna roll with that. I think we're gonna go with the giant frog. And then got me some stuff over that matters. Okay. Oh, hey, awesome. Thanks, Fable. Do that. There we go. Watched your review of the Magus a few days ago, and it led me to subbing to the channel and playing it yesterday in a Monster Hunter's Guild. That's awesome. How do you like it? Because I have Benjamin on here quite a lot to talk about, just class design stuff. There we go. Yeah, that I am dying for a game where I can play the Magus. That is one of my favorite pieces of homebrew I think I've ever seen. I'm also just a huge sucker for the like JRPG like spell sword. That all needs to come back to metadata? No. Data. Is that right? Oh, some parts of InDesign I really love, and then some parts I just... Okay. It's not metadata. Regular. There we go. Yeah, you know, submit it to my email address. I'll post it up here in chat here in just a second. Sylvan Circle. Give Life is the best cantrip I think I've ever seen come from outside of official books. That is... Yeah, I just say that comes standard in any of my homebrew games that I play. I tell all my players, hey, this cantrip is available. Check it out. Because that's... Like, so many people that say, like, you can't tie healing to a cantrip, you break the game. Benjamin Hoffman did it, and it's perfect. It's amazing. I think that should be... Like, Wizards of the Coast should look at that and just offer him a job. Like, that cantrip is beautiful. I love that thing. Let me see here. Okay. Restrain, the frog can't bite another target. Or I can breathe air and water. That's right, because this is this formatting. Okay. Hang on. There we go. Okay. So it doesn't need to breathe air and water because it's already undead. Yeah, I've seen the one that I really want to play is the Sidereal Cabal because I love that idea of a time spell sword. I think that that's such a cool character idea. Tidus from Final Fantasy X was kind of arguably like that sort of an archetype where like he's a buffer and a like main frontliney like DPS. I love that idea. I just think that's such a cool concept. Oh man. And it's like what I wish we could get out of D&D is like chronomancy in a way that doesn't have to rely on the action economy, because like that's part of why I feel that it's going to be so difficult to get a really good time wizard going on, is that playing with the action economy is so good. Oh, hey, Eric, how's it going, man? Yeah, nice to see you. Yeah, like, if you're writing a spell that plays with the action economy, that is, by default, most likely going to be a 3rd level spell at the very, very minimum. Which means that you can't really write anything super meaningful for a wizard subclass that, goes around that until about 5th level. So for 2 levels there, they're like, okay, cool, you might get a boost to your initiative rolls, and then that just feels like, cool, I have a fast wizard, not really like a time wizard. What else could you do with something like that? I don't know. But that's a whole other tangent. But let's see here. So we're going with the giant frog instead of the giant toad because we have a little bit more flexibility with our challenge rating. +1. 11 plus 0. I think they already had an intelligence of 2. This makes them even dumber. Wisdom decreases by 4, so we're going to say 6 here. It's funny because this might actually lower the CR of this thing. Cool. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I can take a look at that here in a second. Because I'd like to kind of take my eye off of InDesign for a second. I have just been working in InDesign non-stop for the last, 4 weeks. Heroes of Frozenfar is, done, and I swear I have been working on that thing, 12 hours, if not, 14 hours a day. So, I'm so glad that that thing is done. We're just waiting on cover art, and then we get to start doing some teasers, and that's gonna be so good. Hey, alright, Moonring. Let me do this. Just to do something different here since we got it on for about an hour. Yeah, let me look up CBEBs. Oh, not a whole lot. We switched over. Instead of doing it as a giant toad, I decided to opt for the giant frog, which the giant frog is a medium-sized creature instead of a large-sized creature, and this lets us get to what am I saying? This lets us add a little bit more of these into the mix. Because, the giant toad zombie would be pretty scary. Not gonna lie. But giant frog zombie lets us get, 3 or 4, if not, 5 or 6 of these things, and gives us some pretty good minions to run with. So I like that idea of, this little, colony of giant frogs are inhabiting this entryway. And right now, we're actually gonna take a look at the Witch Doctor. Oh, did you make this in GM Binder? Wow, you have a whole class going on here. Okay. Witch Doctor. Okay, okay. We could probably do this for about like 20 minutes. Taking a look at just some of the viewer homebrew real quick. All right, so CBAB sent this one in. It's the Witch Doctor. All right, so after a bloody battle, an old man covered in tribal piercings and tattoos begins an ancient ritual. His eyes turn a milky white, and healing magic flows out from him, restoring the health of his injured brethren. In desperation, a woman painted with skeletal patterns unleashes a stream of spirits that animate slain warriors who once again protect their loved ones. Under the night sky, a mystical incantation leaves the lips of a masked man as he weaves terrible curse on his enemies. Cool, cool. Witch doctors are the conduits of spirits and magic to the mortal realm. Though they use the ancient spirits and forbidden knowledge, they practice their dark arts for better or for worse. One thing I would say on this right now is in this. So, like, whenever you think witch doctor, witch doctor to me is an archetype that it feels more like a subclass. My first thought is like, could this be a shaman instead of a witch doctor? And that gives you a lot more like design space to open up, where you can be thinking the witch doctor could be a subclass, and you can roll with this kind of an idea. Because I remember I tried to make a doctor or like a physician class a long time ago. This is like, I was always wondering, why in D&D do we not have a non-magical healer? So I thought, doctor, cool, we can make something like that. And then like 6 months after I made that, and it was not super great, Benjamin Huffman released the Physician Scholar, and it was like, oh, this is how you're supposed to do that. Okay. But that's what I would say first off is think about not necessarily pinning this down to a witch doctor, but opening it up to be possibly a shaman, what are some, I don't want to say medicine man. Another part for that is we don't have many, and this is going to sound like a weird nitpick. We don't have many classes in D&D that have two words in their name. You can say Blood Hunter. Well, Blood Hunter's not official. Blood Hunter is Matt Mercer's whole deal. So if you look at it, we have Cleric, Barbarian, Fighter, Monk, Ranger, Paladin, Rogue, Sorcerer, one word, and it gets that across. So I'm pretty hesitant to really name a class like two words, if that makes sense. Spirit Magic. Okay, so you're developing like the arcane power. Community. Okay, so this is going to be something of a divine caster. Okay, so creating a witch doctor. Quick build, that's what I was looking for. Okay. Wisdom, then Constitution. Okay. Thaumaturgy, Toll the Dead. Charm Person, and Witch Bolt. So this spell, and this isn't a dig on this at all. Witch Bolt is dog shit in D&D. This spell is horrific. It does not play out like you want it to. I haven't had anyone cast Witch Bolt and have a good time with it. It just doesn't function in the way that you really want Witch Bolt to. And I can talk about that some other time, but I will just say Witch Bolt, let me look at their spell list real quick. I would say for your quick build, got Arms of Hadar, okay. Might even run with, well, Tasha's Hideous Laughter doesn't really do damage. What's a good first level spell for this? Maybe, well, Chaos is, you don't really want to throw Chaos Bolt on anybody else but Sorcerer, because that's a really identity defining thing for them. Maybe check the Druid spell list and try and get some inspiration over there, because this feels like it wants to kind of go in a druidy kind of a direction. Let's take a look. So, class features, you have a d6 hit die, false life, full support. So the quick build is something that Wizards of the Coast writes in, assuming that you're trying to roll this up real quick for Adventurers League play. That's the real hint behind how do you write a quick build section. So typically they're always recommending you choose your spellcasting stuff first or your main attack thing first, and then it's usually either always Constitution or Dexterity. So this totally works. That's something I actually learned from Ross Leiser. You've already got Toll the Dead is a really crazy awesome cantrip. Thaumaturgy, what else do you have for them? Acid Splash, Poison Spray, Minor Illusion. Minor Illusion's good. Guidance is amazing. Amazing. Chill Touch. Please, oh man, I would really encourage you. Yeah, dude, do it. Because Druid gets across that shaman-y feeling, that, you know, you want to go witch with it. You want to go, like, kind of shaman. Roll in that direction. Look at Druid and just immediately you're going to get that kind of Blair Witchy feel, and it's really great. I'd recommend on the spell list, I don't usually recommend that people pick up Thaumaturgy. Could it be a Druid subclass? So I've actually talked to this. I submitted an application to work on Tasha's Tupperware of Everything Else, which is going to be a book coming out from the DMs Guild in, like, I don't want to say in response to. The DMs Guild always collaborates on really big character option releases. And like they did with Xanthar's Lost Notes to Everything Else, they're doing Tasha's Tupperware of Everything Else, which is just hilarious in my opinion. So one of the subclasses I submitted was an artificer based around witchcraft. I had the idea of going with a sort of like Annis Hag inspired druid. And then I'm talking about submitting my wizard arcane tradition of mimicry to that thing. So I think that you can do a druid circle with this fairly easily, because this concept, and I haven't really gotten into it. I haven't really gotten super far into it. Wow, it seems like you really put a lot of thought into these dark bones. Okay, we'll get there. But cantrips, what I would recommend that you roll with, I would always recommend at least one damaging cantrip and one really good utility cantrip. You have Guidance on their list and Chill Touch. Those are awesome. Toll the Dead's also good. Toll the Dead, I don't know why to me, but Toll the Dead feels like something like, I know it's a great cantrip. It just feels kind of blah to me. It's great for damage, but Chill Touch to me does so much more for narrative. CBEP. Really great tip I learned from Ross Leiser. Ross hates Wild Shape on Druid. So many people that are really big homebrew designers really hate Wild Shape. I despise that feature being baked into the base Druid as a shape-shifting feature. If it were instead a resource, which I think is a much more interesting way to use it, like I did on my Circle of the Hinge, that is such a better way to use that resource. Because, like, Wild Shape, I don't like the idea that gets across of, because you're a druid, you can shapeshift into animals. I think that should be something that should be reserved for, like, maybe I praise Pathfinder in the sense of whenever you level up, you get to custom build and pick out your feats. That feels really cool. But new players that are coming to the game that are just like, I don't know what's going on here, get really intimidated by seeing that. So that's why D&D is really great, because it's streamlined, and players know whenever they grab a druid, they know that, hey, these 2 levels, these are the features I'm going to get. But I really don't like Wild Shape. I think Wild Shape should be considered to be a resource, and it can be a really interesting narrative tool and inspire a lot of homebrew if you look at it that way. So it's also a flexible resource, by the way, because it starts out as long rest and then eventually changes over to short rest. So it's sort of a naturally progressive thing for you to work with. So let's keep rambling on. We haven't even gotten into the base class yet. Wisdom, charisma, cool. Okay. No armor proficiencies. So we're keeping this as, I'm immediately thinking of it as, this should be a somewhat of a divine blaster, like really, really high damage output, or if you're giving it a d6 hit die, if you're only giving it a d6, I really hope it gets something to justify either like it needs to do a lot of damage, or so there's two classes currently in D&D 5e that get a d6 hit die. Sorcerer and Wizard. The reason why they only get a d6 hit die is because they are meant to be glass cannon blasters. Even every healing archetype in the game gets a d8. Cleric, Druid, Bard, Paladin gets a d10. You know, like the ones that get access to healing, Wizards of the Coast knows by design, those guys are going to need more hit points because they're trying to heal up everybody else. So they need some of their own survivability. So I'd say a Witch Doctor, if this isn't like a big blaster class, I need to get a bit more into it. But yeah. You know, as a ritual. Okay, Wisdom is your spellcasting. Okay. I'm already looking at this and thinking that this makes a lot more sense, kind of with a druid. Like, it's also a pet class. Okay, it would make a little bit more sense, probably like stacked onto a druid, like as an archetype. Okay, so we got the idea for what their spellcasting is. It looks like this functions very similar to how okay, so their spellcasting also looks less flexible than Cleric. Cleric and Druid. Spells known. Okay, whenever you level up. Yeah, this looks like it's kind of based off of Wizard in a way. Okay, so Channel Spirits. First level, you gain the ability to channel different spirits to aid yourself and to facilitate different magical effects. These spirits come from the land of the dead, from nature, and from other magical places. You start with one such effect, Spirit Guide. You gain new Channel Spirits effects from your Mask of Power as you gain additional Witch Doctor levels. When using this feature, you choose which effect to create. Some Channel Spirits require saving throws. When they do so, okay, spell save DC. Finish a short or long rest. Okay, I'm just going to highlight that. Come on, give me something darker. There you go. All right, I always, whenever I'm doing consultation work, I always try to make sure that I keep resources like highlighted, so that way I know whenever I look back, like what part of the action economy does this take, what part, like what resources is this tied to. So this is a long rest. Oh, come on. Give me green. There we go. Cool. Okay. Twice between rests. So this is a one and done until you reach 7th level, 14th level, and 19th level. So this is sort of a it feels somewhat like Channel Divinity. Okay, we'll take a look. Spirit Guide. As an action, you don your mask and choose for yourself a friendly creature within choose yourself for a friendly creature within 30 feet. Spirit Guide there should be envelops. Yeah, I don't think you need that E right there. your target protecting and aiding them. For the next minute, the target's AC is increased by 1, and that creature has advantage on wisdom perception checks. You or your target may end this effect as a bonus action. Okay, let's highlight a few things. Okay. Spirit guide is a visual form of your choosing. Okay, so let's think about the... so C-Bev, let's talk about the narrative of what you're trying to do with this. So spirit guide. This to me makes me think of somebody that is helping out in, like, guidance in a way. So I'm thinking this feels like it might be better suited for, like, possibly the Find Familiar action. Like, this acts in a way similar to Find Familiar, but this is a spiritual presence that we're talking about. So it could obey all the rules for for Find Familiar, but it be tied into, like, this creature can be a celestial or an undead, or this creature can be a beast, whatever. You can build in a little bit of flexibility there, and you've already got the rules written for it in Find Familiar. Find Familiar is also a ritual, so that could be pretty cool for that kind of a thing. Familiars can also cast spells. I've got a fly that is driving me crazy in here. Familiars can also cast spells with a range of touch. Familiars can... I think, like, Familiars using the help action is really good. So, I would say, on the spirit guide, think about the narrative that you're trying to evoke. To me, what it feels like is this is supposed to be something that is giving how do I put it? Honestly, this just being tied into being a familiar, and it possibly, like, you can change its creature type to, like, undead or, like, celestial. You know, honestly, Find Familiar being tied into an hour casting time, like, if, like, okay, because Find Familiar is tied in to that, like, hour casting time, you are never going to cast that, like, with a spell slot. You are always going to cast it as a ritual. So it's like Find Familiar exists in this kind of odd space for me where I think, like, this seems like this started out as a class feature, and then they were like, you know what? We want everybody to have access to this. So then they made it a spell. Yeah, so I think Find Familiar, I think, could really work and do a lot of good for you here, and get across exactly what you're trying to do. Because it's AC getting increased by 1, and that creature has advantage on wisdom perception checks. What you could do is you choose a creature within 30 feet. The target's AC is increased by 1. I think this is to feel like it's given a measure of foresight, possibly. And then whenever it makes certain checks, it gets to add, like, a D4 or something to it while it has this spirit creature. Spirit guide. For the next minute, target's AC is... Okay, so let's think about something here real quick. You say, for the next minute, the target's AC is increased by 1 and that creature has advantage on wisdom perception checks. You or your target may end this effect as a bonus action. You may only have one spirit guide active at a time. Now, tell me, because the way that this is currently written, what it sounds like you can do is cause this to affect a creature, and then it says, for the next minute, the creature's AC is increased by 1. So what I'm thinking is, that means that I can take this spirit guide and put it on another creature, and then that minute duration is still lasting on the other creature. And I don't think that that's exactly what you meant to do with this, but I think rules as written, that may be possible on this. So I think what you should do is say, while the creature is... there is a gunslinger. I'll get to that here in a second. I would say, while the creature is guided by, or yourself are referring to creature, a creature that is receiving this guidance or something like that, its AC is increased by 1. It gets, maybe it gets to add a d4. Well, that minute duration is ended by the bonus action. No, you or your target may end this effect as a bonus action. So that minute duration is ended by the bonus action, yes, but that bonus action does not indicate that you end the effect on that creature by sending this onto a different creature, if that makes sense. Right. So you may only have one spirit guide active at a time. However, that's not actually tying into... it says, the spirit guide envelops your target, protecting and aiding them. I think what that's getting across right there is that, yes, this should only be active while the spirit guide is on that creature, but the rules aren't... the action economy and everything else that follows this isn't quite meeting up to that. So I think it should say something like, while enveloped, the target's AC is increased by 1 and the creature has advantage on wisdom perception checks. You or your the target may end this effect as a bonus action. I hope that's making sense, because this is kind of one of those things where we're like, okay, this is action economy clarification right here. So the spirit guide envelops your target. I would say that should be tied into that is the condition, right? An enveloped target then gets these bonuses, and then that can all change. So that's my one big recommendation on that. I would also think it would be a little bit cooler, instead of it just being like flat advantage on a check. This is one of those things that this is one that CBEB submitted. It's his Witch Doctor, or their Witch Doctor. Here's something I try to personally avoid now, is I really try to avoid putting advantage as a class feature. Oh, cool. Sorry, I just got a text message. Oh, can't do that. You know what? Here, let's go with that. Ooh, no, wait. Ooh, Witcher soundtrack. Let's do that. Yeah. Oh, I am all for... Yes. Okay. Coffee pot. What do witch doctors do in real life? That's where, like, okay. No, it makes sense. I didn't even notice that's how oh, okay. So that's where, like, I've talked about this a few times on here. You guys have heard about sensitivity readers that I've brought up. Sensitivity readers, unfortunately, I think that title doesn't always quite get across exactly what a sensitivity reader does for you. A sensitivity reader is somebody who is honestly probably helping you to make sure that you have some really cool inspiration for your stuff that is more authentic to what the, like, what the class is meant to evoke. Ross right now is writing a shaman. And Ross is, he's not full-blood Cherokee, but he's got a lot of native blood. And Ross is actually going through and talking to some Native American shamans for one of the subclasses that he's writing right now, not just to make sure that he doesn't write anything offensive, because while he does have native blood, it's not like that gives him a free pass to cartoonize that culture, you know. So Ross is going through and talking with them to not just make sure that he doesn't, like, offend somebody by making this thing, but to also get really cool ideas for some features that he can do. So, as far as witch doctors, witch doctor can be a bit of a derogatory term, which, like, I mean, I think that's kind of a tricky subject. Um, so what I would recommend is possibly consider like witch doctor. Is there another kind of way we can get that across? Because everybody knows, like you think witch doctor, you think of the mask wearing kind of medicine man. Um, maybe consider do look around and get some ideas from different practices of witch doctors, and I think you might find that something like this might actually do you really good as a druid subclass or as a full-on shaman. But back to my point on advantage on wisdom perception checks, I try to avoid doing advantage on a specific check as a class feature. Its AC is increased by one. Okay, cool. We have a perk right there. That's a really great mechanical perk. And then it has advantage on wisdom perception checks. Is where I'm like, I'm not a huge fan of that. I would say, like, um, I would say maybe think of like bards, like bardic inspiration, possibly, where like it gets a D4, and it can apply that D4 to a certain subset of checks. Um, Guide. So let me make my two recommendations I can really think of here is Spirit Guide. I'm thinking of Find Familiar. Find Familiar already would be really great as a feature if you did a few things. Um, Give it Find Familiar, but also make it to where like your familiar can confer some certain benefits to creatures. Like, hey, while it's taking the help action, the creature it's helping armor class is increased by one. That's cool. I like that. Um, the If a creature next to your spirit guide is attacked with a melee weapon attack, the spirit guide can impose disadvantage on the attack by using its reaction or something like that. Or you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the check or on the attack. That could be really cool. Um, think about stuff like that. Like try to. I always try to encourage people to get away from just doing advantage on a specific check as a class feature. That's something I had to recently learn as well. Um, Okay, Dark Boon. The power of the otherworldly spirits grants you abilities beyond those of a normal person. Beginning at second level, you gain a Dark Boon of your choice. Your boon options are detailed in the end of this class description. When you gain a certain Witch Doctor levels, you gain additional Dark Boons of your choice, as shown in the class features column of the Witch Doctor table. Many Dark Boons require you to reach a certain level before they become available, so this is like an Eldritch Invocation in a way. Um, Dark Boon. Okay, so you get one at 2nd, 6th, 10th, and 20th level. Oh, 15th and 20th level. Okay. 2nd, 6th. Are those just based around the Eldritch Invocation leveling? Oh, right on, right on. Okay, so what is... let me just look at the base class real quick, and I'll get into the Dark Boons. Okay, so your Mask of Power is how you're going to get your subclass. You get features at 3rd, 6th, 11th, and 18th levels. Okay. 3rd level archetypes, you are usually waiting a while to pick that up. If your mask becomes lost or stolen. Okay. Typically for D&D, we try to always, if we're writing gold, just going ahead and write it as GP. Because it saves you a little bit of time, and not all tables work off of a gold standard. Like, I know what this means, but like in class features, it's usually written as GP. That's just a best practices thing. Ability score improvement. Okay, so the class features are relatively short. Chill Spirits 3 for rest. Okay. I'm just trying to get an idea as to this class's skeleton right now. Okay, so the Dark Boons are going to be really big. Dark Boons. Let's see what we can get just at 1st level. Okay. Whenever you use your Channel Spirits class feature, you regain 1d4 plus 1 hit points. So, okay. You say whenever you use your Channel Spirits class feature. So this is something that only happens once per short or long rest? If that's right, that sounds like it's basically a healing word. Um, I wanted to make sure. So you say whenever you use your Channel Spirits thing. Is that whenever you... Because now that you've tied healing in to a use of this, you got to make sure that it's tied into a resource. Like the reason why Give Life works so well is because it's naturally tied into hit dice, and those are a very limited resource. So without that, like, Benjamin was thinking outside of spell slots in order to regain hit points, and he found a resource that kept it pretty tight. Channel Spirits to regain 1d4 plus 1 hit points. I would say if this only replenishes on a short or long rest, this should be 1d8 plus your spellcast or your wisdom modifier. That feels like for me to pick that up as a core class feature through these dark boons, even as like if I'm thinking of this as like Eldritch Invocation level power, that just doesn't feel like that's super worth it. So I would say 1d8, if not like 2d4 plus your wisdom modifier hit points. If it is once per short or long rest, that even might still feel honestly a little weak. But I don't know. Clarify the action economy on that. I think here in about 10 minutes, I'm going to take a break because my throat is starting to get to me. So I'm going to probably go here on a 10-15 minute break here in a second. What else can you get here pretty early on? Improved Spirit Guide. You may choose 2 creatures to gain its benefits. Okay. That's pretty good. Spirit Fire, the Firebolt cantrip. I would run with Produce Flame. Man, Produce Flame is great. And check that cantrip out. I think that Produce Flame especially feels more druidic to me than Firebolt. Firebolt is like, that is a wizard's bread and butter. They pick up Firebolt because they want to shoot out this big flamethrower, right? Produce Flame is really cool, and that it has more utility usage than Firebolt, because you can just like make this ball of fire in your hand. Firebolt, you can't do that. Produce Flame can make a controlled fire. Firebolt can't do that. Produce Flame can be lobbed as a fireball at somebody else. Firebolt can do that. So, to me, Firebolt does 1d10 fire damage. Produce Flame does 1d8. I'll take the lower damage die for the versatility. I would highly recommend trying out Produce Flame on this instead of Firebolt and seeing what you think. Pestilence. Swarm of beetles, swarm of centipedes, swarm of spiders, swarm of wasps. Swarm blast for 1 minute. You and your allies obey, but doesn't obey commands. Okay, that's really cool. I really like that. That just feels like a fun. I love those features where it's like not giving the players all kinds of crazy control. Pestilence, where it's just like, you can make this thing, but like, dude, it might not think that you're its friend. So just, you can make some chaos, and that's going to be great for making chaos, but you got to be real careful about what happens around that thing. Does somebody deal damage to it? Ugh, oh, what? Oh, I like that. Okay, hang on. I just read Gentle Presence, and that looks really cool. Hang on. The Moses class? Oh, dude, Moses was a 20th level cleric, man. Shape water? What you talking about? Gentle Presence. I like this. So, Chewingas. And it's funny because I actually submitted a race concept over for Tasha's Tupperware of everything else, where I wanted to make a Chewinga race. I love these guys. I have Tomb of Annihilation. What is this talking about? Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I need to see its stat block. I bought Tomb of Annihilation. I don't know why it's acting like this. Alright, you know what? Hang on. Let me... Sorry, I'm trying to find my book for... Let me actually just go grab my book real quick. Boom. Okay. Yeah, I bought Tomb of Annihilation back in the day. I don't know why it's saying I don't have it. Because you're trying to see, the big thing that you built this around, this is a big later level thing. Magical Gift. Okay. So Magical Gift, what can that do? The Chewinga targets a humanoid it can see within 5 feet of it. The target gains a supernatural charm of the DM's choice. See Chapter 7 of the Dungeon Master's Guide for more information about supernatural charms. So you've created a feature where I need to own Tomb of Annihilation to see what that does. And then it makes me refer over to the Dungeon Master's Guide. So I would say just go on ahead and include the text for the Chewinga's Magical Gift under here. Because you're not reproducing the stat block. You're just reproducing a bit of the information from the stat block. And it makes it a lot more convenient for somebody so I'm not having to pull out 2 different books. So, yeah, I hope that makes sense. Tomelock Rocking Shillelagh. Shillelagh is one of my favorite spells. I love the flavor of that spell, and what it can do, I just wish it were usable. Because that spell rocks for about 4 levels, and then it's completely useless for the rest of the game. Actually, a really big part of the Circle of the Jotun that I have coming in Heroes of Frozenfar is the Circle of the Jotun gets Shillelagh, and the Shillelagh is meant to level up with you and feel like it's your Giant's Club. So not only is it going to be a big rune invoker, but it's also going to be like, I am the big tank melee druid. DM's book. So the supernatural charms are in the Dungeon Master's Guide, but the Chewinga stat block is in Tomb of Annihilation. So there's this odd like, I gotta like grab this and like hop over here. Yeah. It's so I wrote a whole new runic invocation system. That is going to be one of the big selling points for Heroes of Frozenfar. Ross helped me out a lot in getting that in really good shape. So the Circle of the Jotun is going to be a runic. It's like a third invoker, and the idea of it is you get basically the ability to use Wild Shape to turn into giants. In the Forgotten Realms, this was actually like, because like, the entire concept with Heroes of Frozenfar was we wanted to make something that was lore faithful. We wanted to make something that felt like we were adding on to the palette of what characters can create in the Forgotten Realms. And I am just super stoked to see everybody's like reactions to that. But yeah, the Circle of the Jotun, there were druids in the Forgotten Realms that were modeling themselves after like these, they were rune readers, and they were trying to, like giants are this big natural force in the Forgotten Realms. So it felt like a really good natural fit for druid. So you can use your wild shape at later levels to transform into a like Jotun form. It that feels really Attack on Titan. But yeah, it is. I am super stoked with how that's going to turn out, and to hear what kind of campaign do I think I'll make next. Um, you mean like what kind of we okay? Let me touch on that real quick. Circle of the Jotun. So Furbolgs in 5e are are not incredibly faithful to the lore of previous editions, and that may be because 5e is canonically about 100 years after 4e. Like, all the events that took place in 3.5 and 4e were in like 1350 something DR, and everything that's taking place in the Forgotten Realms and all the official books is in like 1465 DR. So, Furbolgs in Frozenfar are vastly different than the forest hippies that you see in Volo's Guide to Monsters. So we included a way for you to make a variant Furbolg. Yeah. I'll get into that here in a second. But we included a new design for you to make a variant Furbolg of Frozenfar that is way more faithful to what the old editions did. Not only that, we have Furbolg and we have Verbeeg. Verbeeg were... Oh man, this is going on a whole thing. We learned a lot from AJ in the middle of making this book. I feel like I could write a whole research paper just on Frozenfar now from working with AJ in this last month. He's got a few videos that cover this topic, but Verbeeg are another kind of similar to Furbolg. They're another part of the Ordning. You know what? Okay. Giving you guys a sneak peek before I run off and do take a break real quick. So yes, editions have timelines. Here's a peek at what we've got going on in Heroes of Frozenfar. This is the final draft. So what you guys are seeing is going to be like, bam, we have the book. Oh, hey Daniel. So the Verbeeg. If you have ever read the Crystal Shard or like the Icewind Dale trilogy, Verbeeg were really big over there. Drist, Wolfgar, and Brainer. I can never say the dwarf's name, but they wound up finding themselves in the lair of like a big cave of the Verbeeg, and the Verbeeg start attacking them, and Drist and all of them barely make it out. Yeah, I don't want to major spoil anything, but the Verbeeg were represented as player character options all the way up until about 3rd edition. And we went back and did a lot of research and tried to figure out in Frozenfar, because we wanted to make it a player character companion. You know, we wanted to make this a bunch of different options for you to take up while you're in Frozenfar and not leave you really wanting for anything. We had to do Verbeeg. This was the one big race that I was like, we want to make this happen. But we wanted to make it unique. So this is my design of it. Ross gave me a little bit of consulting work on it. But the Verbeeg, I think, have my favorite feature that I've really written. Let's talk about this. So, my favorite race trait I think I've written, just because I want this so bad. So their strength increases by 2. Your Constitution increases by 1. They are medium size. Here's where we're gonna get. This is experimental. You have a walking speed of 30 feet. There we go. You have a walking speed of 30 feet. Your creature type is giant. Okay? That's spicy. This means that they are effectively immune to hold person. There's certain spells that cannot target them. Jotun Brood is my favorite thing. I love this feature. You can wield weapons with a 2-handed property in one hand, but you cannot dual wield these weapons. This is letting you go in with a great shield and a sword. or a great sword and a shield. We've tried in Fable Gamer, Ross and I went through here really trying to think, how good is this mechanically? Is this that nuts that you can get +2 to your AC while you're wielding a weapon that deals 1d12? Not really. Cleric gets access to wielding weapons that can potentially deal like 1d, or no, sorry, 2d6, what is it? Sorry, I'm trying to think of it in my head. Cleric, potentially at 8th level, gets access to 2d8 and can wield a shield. Or 1d10 plus 1d8 and wield a shield. Now, yes, that is at 8th level. But we thought for something like this, instead of giving them like a kind of blank slate like weapons training thing, we thought this was a really unique mechanic, and we thought that could be really dope. It does not work with dueling. So notice that we say you cannot dual wield these weapons. So you can wield a greatsword, but technically the second that you put another weapon in your other hand, you are considered to be dual wielding. So you cannot have a greatsword and then one other weapon. Rules as written, it's not just hey, if I need to clarify that, I will be more than happy to add some text. But if we're just going rules as written, what this means is that you can wield a greatsword in one hand, but you can't wield a dagger and dual wield attack with the weapons. Large F. I'm not sure what that meant. So Verbi can change their size. Live Ant-Man. No. So Verbi, there's not really any lore for them to change their size. Verbi can grow upwards of 9 feet. So that's a big boy. Technically, I think according to some charts, that should be large. There's some issues that come with being large size. I personally just kind of like roll it off the cuff because I don't think it's that huge. Like, you're talking about that comes into play for like grapple checks. Other than that, like, I think that's the only reason why powerful build isn't just your size is medium. Like, they made powerful build to where it doesn't factor in the grapple checks. Personally, on my tables, I let it factor in the grapple checks, and it's never presented a problem. Would a reach weapon like the halberd glaive still have that reach one-handed? I don't see any big issue with that having the reach one-handed. An extra 5 feet of reach, Bugbear is going to get that. Bugbear doesn't just get that. Bugbear gets it with another 5 feet. So, yeah. Now, yes, they are wielding it two-handed. Totally got it. But, yeah. Imagine this with Rune Knight. I got something else I can show you guys. I will give you all a little peek into the runic invocation system here. I know that they're talking about Rune Knight possibly appearing in Tasha's Cauldron to Everything. So I decided I wanted to... And I started designing this a little bit before they started announcing what was going to come in Tasha's Cauldron to Everything. So I made my own runic warrior in this that uses the runic invocation system because I didn't want to step on their toes too hard. But yeah, I'll talk about that here in a second. So Jotun Brood is very spicy. I know that something like that, I'm not incredibly sure whether or not that's going to be super, super crazy. Come on, no singing. Let me just get, hang on. Let me get some good music going that's not singing. Oh, why is this doing that? Okay, anyways. So they're going to get powerful build. They're going to get Arctic Acclimation. You're naturally acclimated to extreme cold, so you automatically succeed on all checks against extreme cold. Harpoon of the Cold Sea. You're proficient with javelin, spears, and shields. While you're not wearing medium or heavy armor, you deal an additional 1d6 damage with javelins and spears. And that might be the one area where we tone this down. Because Verbeeg in the stat block that we base this somewhat off of were doing 2d6 with javelins and spears, mostly because they were large-sized creatures. So this might be the thing where, like, because Ross and I used the tech balance with this, and this comes out to I think it was a 28. So this is, according to the Musica scale, this is actually weaker than, like, Variant Human, Bugbear, than, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones, Triton. It's infinitely weaker than Yuan Ti. And honestly, Wizards of the Coast just put out Satyr, so I don't want to hear anything about this being ridiculous. That gives Pikes a throw range. Had I been thinking about that while we were writing it, that would be really killer. I was including some feats in here beforehand. However, like, we only really had 2 or 3 that we really felt like throwing in here, and we ultimately decided to opt out of adding feats in here. We don't know what they're going to put into Tasha's, so I think for us just to say we have our classes and subclasses and everything, or our subclasses in here, we decided to opt out of doing feats. It might be later on that we decide, you know what, if Heroes of Frozenfar does really, really damn well, let's make a little addition and offer that as a free little add-on to the book. If there's enough call for, like, us to expand on Verbeeg, then, like, cool, I'll totally do it. But everything else they get, Roamer of the Dale is the only other, like, new one. Whenever you make an intelligence nature check related to sensing changes in weather, you are considered proficient in the nature skill and add double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus. So it's kind of like stone cunning, only way more useful. This is going to allow you to figure out, hey, we've got a blizzard coming in, guys. We need to, like, GTFO. You're getting a little bit more of a heads up, and I think this is, right here, an invitation to players to look at it and be like, oh, okay, that's an element of, like, wilderness survival that I hadn't considered. Let's play with that. That's cool. And then we also included, I've had Eugene Marshall here on the show before, the guy that made Ancestry and Culture. Eugene, I reached out to him, I reached out to them and asked, like, would it be cool if we included, like, a section in here on Ancestry and Culture to generate Verbeeg in, Icewind Dale using your system? So he agreed, and we now have the culture and ancestry thing for him right here. If Tasha's comes out and they have a massive change to character creation, this will get an update. And then the Furbolg of the North variant, we have all the lore written in here as to why they're getting a change. Furbolg variant, your Constitution score increases by 2 and your Strength score increases by 1. Your creature type is giant. I would just like to see Wizards go through and be like, it's not a big deal to change their creature type from humanoid to giant, and give Furbolg some love over there. That would be a pretty nice change, I think. They get the Jotun Brood feature, the Jotun Brood, sorry. So now you can have your Furbolg wielding a great sword in one hand. They get Arctic Acclamation proc. They get advantage on saving throws against being frightened. And then they get the Roamer of the Dale feature that we were just talking about. So the Furbolg of the North are a lot more like, I say tribal. They're a lot more close to the classic nomadic kind of lifestyle than the Furbolg of the, like, that we're used to seeing. We have, like, some pretty big, like, forest hippies of Furbolgs, and these Furbolgs are going to be very different. So yeah, let's talk. What time is it right now? Let me take a break, and then I'll get to talking about Runic Invocation here in a second. I know, Seabed, we diverted a little bit. I hope that what I kind of gave you helped out. I would say go through here. You have some pretty decent, like, framework going on for it. I would say go through here, consider your action economy, really take a look at when this stuff is going to come into play. Check that also with your different boons to make sure that what they're getting plays out the way that you want to play it, or that you want it to play out. And Do you have Frostfolk in the book? I'll I'll answer that question whenever I come back from break. Frostfolk, I'm not super sure. If you can elaborate on that, I can try to get back to you. Yeah, the artwork, I just talked about him earlier. That's Dean Spencer. This guy is seriously, he needs to be working for Wizards of the Coast. This guy is unreal. I love his artwork. Yeah, if you'll elaborate on that, Cbev, thanks for the submission. I might be able to talk on it, and maybe I'll email you with some advice as I go through it a little bit later. But yeah, I'm gonna hop on a break real quick. So, and then as soon as we come back from that, we'll talk about Runic Invocation. So, I'm going to do this, and I will see you guys here in just a little bit.
All the swaying in the breeze, but one soul lies anxious, wide awake, fearing all manner of ghosts, hags, and wraiths. For your dolly Polly sleep has flown, don't dare let her. Long have yearned for your tender caress, Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm, to find your heart, its passion displaced by our ever-growing, hardening into stone, amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found? You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet
Okay.
glistening as you
Get that turned down a little bit. Come on, let's get, there we go. Okay, cool. So, yeah, as far as content that we are including in Heroes of Frozenfar, we're pretty much at the point where we have 74 pages in this thing, as you can see from the page count up top. We're really happy with where it's currently sitting. So it might be in the future that we add a little bit more to it, depending on how, the reception to it. So, Runic Invocation. This is a massive thing that I wrote. It's essentially a brand new magic system. And what this is I think Wizards of the Coast, this is just my personal opinion, Wizards of the Coast hasn't really rooted Runic Invocation, or really runes. Okay, coffee pot, thank you. Wizards of the Coast hasn't really rooted runes in what we are used to them as in previous editions. Runes in 2E had a fantastic system, and I took a lot of inspiration from that. So what runes do? Number one, I wanted to make languages actually mean something in D&D. In order for you to learn a rune and add it to your runic lexicon, which is and I will say, you're getting a peek at what is going to be about an eighth of the full rune invoker class that Ross and I are going to make. Because Ross, after I came up with this system, Ross messaged me and he was like, you want to collaborate on making this a full class? And I was like, dude, yeah, let's make that happen. So this is a peek into what Ross and I are going to make into an entire full class. Runic Invocation, number one, in order for you to learn a rune, you have to know that rune's language. So different runic languages include, if we're just talking about Forgotten Realms, Celestial, there's a runic language called Supernal. Dwarven, they have, Dalek, or something like that. There are Draconic runes. There are Giant runes, which are the ones that are featured in here. There are Infernal, and oh man, there's some more. But the way I'm thinking about it is, once you know that language, you can learn its runic language if you take on the Invoker stuff. So that is limiting you as far as what runes you can learn. So if you learn Draconic, bam, you can learn the Draconic runic language. If you learn like Infernal, bam, you can learn runes from the Infernal runic language. Think of them similar to how spells have different spell schools, or schools of magic. It's influence. So runes aren't going to be like spells in that, like, spells require material components. Runes do require a material component. All runes are going to influence something. And whatever they influence is called its subject of influence. So just think of that similar to how, like I say, for material components and spells. This music is just not doing it for me. Inscription. So this is kind of like the somatic component of it, where like you have to actually spend time influencing, or you have to spend time inscribing that rune into a thing. And that is a process that requires 1 hour of time. A polyglot. Oh, it requires 1 hour of time. And then once you inscribe that rune, you can then awaken it. And whenever it's awakened, it provides a passive benefit that is always active as long as you have that rune awakened. And then you can invoke that rune later to cause a temporary, like, short benefit. So whenever I said in my Heroes of Frozenfar is done video, that was part of it, where I was like, these kind of function in a way to like enchantment does in Skyrim. These are things that you can inscribe onto weapons and armor, and then give those weapons and armor benefits. Like, part of the problem for me with Artificer was that, like, yeah, you can do these, it's like an arcane infusion and, you know, whatever. But it didn't feel like you could tailor it really the way that I think you can do now with runes. Like, I would love for the ability to, you know, not just make +1 armor, but as I level up, maybe make it to where, like, I can subtract certain damage if that person takes, like, damage from whatever. So that's part of what runes are meant to do. If you have, like, 2 runes on a weapon, and, like, both of them are invoked, or, yeah, both of them are awakened, you only really get the benefit from that one rune. And the leveling system. So, we'll talk about the invocation thing here in a second. The leveling system for them is that usually with spells, you can only invoke ones if you have, like, a certain, like, spell slot of that level. For runes, you can only awaken them if you have a certain number of other runes awakened. So I like this idea of, like, you are constructing your runic language, your runic vocabulary, and then the runes that you awaken, there are some really powerful ones that are like you have to have 4 other runes awakened from this, like, certain language in order for you to be able to get that benefit out. So those are like 4th and 5th level spells. And then the invoked effects. And I've gone through and cleaned up a bit of the formatting since this version of it. So whenever you invoke it, it has a action economy called for similar to a spell. The invoked effects are usually similar to the effects of a spell. Only now, these are not going to require concentration. The thought is, like, invokers, what's going to make them special is that once you do this, you do it. Is that just the Critical Role music? Once you do this, you have essentially, by investing time into making this thing happen, it's a system accessible to any caster or only certain classes and subclasses. Only certain classes and subclasses. Whenever I make the full invoker, Ross and I have talked about possibly making a feat where, like, you can pick up a rune or 2, but these are pretty potent effects. So this might be the thing that we do as, like, yeah, as a feature you can gain these. But no, they are mostly going to be tied into, because really what a rune is like an ancient tongue. A rune is like a diagram of universal physics. And this sounds really flowery, I totally know that. But really what rune casters do, and what separates them apart from a lot of the other, like, spell casting stuff, is that rune casters are almost like philosophers. and that they think about like the universe and like the laws of physics, and by invoking runes and knowing these things, they are allowed to bend the laws of reality by like coming to an understanding and appreciation of that rune. So this is going to be something that, like spellcasting, does require that you need to invest like some class stuff into. And once I think if you guys have any other questions, let me know, because I know that this is a whole new system, and this looks like a lot of text right now, and I'm not really going through it really super comprehensively because we are going to drop this in Heroes of Frozenfar. So a lot of this is the same wordage that you'll see in spellcasting. Let me see here. Combining runes and spells, they do combine. This table right here should show you what the full invoker will eventually look like, where they get as many as 9 runes that they can have awaken at any one time. The full invoker will ideally be able to awaken runes as part of a short rest. And scribing them is going to be kind of another story. But all the runes that are in the classes in here, like we have the Runic Warrior, the Rune Shaper, and the Circle of the Ordning, these are all going to be either like technically half or third invokers in a way. So all of them are only going to be able to awaken. I think the Runic Warrior can awaken 6. The Circle of the Ordning and the Rune Shaper can only awaken 5. Part of that is because they get access to spellcasting. So I needed to be sure that like some of that stuff didn't just get to where they had a whole bunch of separate sheets and whatever. As soon as they get access to that many things, that gets to be a little bit bogged down. And especially with the druid getting access to 9th level spells, that can be like, ooh, okay, it really fit for the druid, but like, not super sure. So we're trying to tone that down. So what do the runes do? A lot of these are based off of runes as they appeared in Storm King's Thunder. Like Ild, this effect there was an Ild rune, like an opal, an opal of the Ild rune or something like that. And what it could do is that you can transfer this rune onto like an object or onto a weapon or armor, and it gave it additional benefits. So I was like, that's really cool. Why don't we make a whole system around that and allow players to just custom tailor all of the runes to whatever armor or weapon they want to do, and not just limit it to like, you get it for this one really rare magic item, which it doesn't really make too much sense to me why it's really rare or very rare. But now you can inscribe this on a piece of armor or a weapon, and now this thing gets different benefits. So while like this weapon or armor, so that's considered its subject of influence. This requires that you have 1 additional awakened rune from the giant runic language. Not all of them have prerequisites. Some of them just have like none, and those are kind of like cantrip or first level spell level power. Ild is about a 2nd level spell. So while you have it inscribed and awakened, thanks. While you have it inscribed and awakened, that subject of influence, whether it's armor or a weapon, that creature that's holding or carrying it can use its action to ignite a flammable object that the influence object is touching. The fire starts at no larger than a 1 foot in diameter. That's a really minor effect, but it allows you to like start a campfire, you light a torch, light some gunpowder on fire, whatever you're wanting to do. Now, whenever you invoke it, now you can only do this once per long rest, but whenever you invoke it, the subject of Ild's influence gets an additional effect if it's a piece of armor or a weapon. If it's armor, the creature wearing it has resistance to cold damage for a minute. If it's a weapon, when a creature makes an attack with it, the weapon deals an extra 1d6 fire damage on a hit. As it currently sits, this might be the kind of thing where I decide to go in later on and be like, additional runes awakened is how we do the like casting at higher levels kind of a thing. Like right here with King, where it says like additional runes, it will probably get an effect like that to where it deals additional fire damage on a hit. I don't want to infringe too much on like elemental weapon territory, but this already feels like that's going to be really damn good. And getting it away from Rune Knight. Rune Knight Fighter is way too bloated. I know it's really cool. I know everybody likes like seeing that, and we're like, oh, cool. Well, they're making runes now, right? The Rune Knight Fighter is not built around like Forgotten Realms lore. That is just a concept that they took and they were like, oh, cool, we can make this. And then they didn't look back on pre existing stuff for runes. This is taking into like lore precedent here into what these runes did in previous editions and trying to build on those. Some of the other runes that do some really big stuff. Healing is kind of cool. Journey, where was it? Live might be my favorite one I think we came up with. Live is you basically get to make a little pimp cup, and this cup, goblet, or bottle that can hold no more than 8 ounces of liquid. So I'm a big Dark Souls fan. A lot of you all are going to see this and immediately know where I got my inspiration from this. While the influence object is filled with purified water, a creature can use the use an object action to drink the container's full contents and expend one of its hit die to regain a number of hit points equal to a roll of the expended hit die plus its constitution modifier. If you invoke it, any purified potion or any purified water currently in the container becomes a potion that restores a number of hit points equal to 1d4 plus your runic invocation ability modifier when consumed. The potion restores an additional 1d4 hit points per additional rune you have awakened. So if you have 2 runes awakened right now and you use this thing, yep, Estes, thank you. Yeah, so this is, it's funny because I saw this in, this was a rune in 2nd edition. And I saw this and immediately thought, this is the Estes flask. Like, this is just, what? Yeah, and you can reinforce it. Yep. Thank you. So this is going to be, like, if you have 2 runes awakened, this is a little bit better than a potion of healing. Now, it only happens once per long rest, but while you have it in this cup, someone can drink it, and you basically get access to a potion of healing that gets more powerful as you level up. If you know 6 runes, this restores 6d4 plus your runic invocation ability modifier hit points. Once it's like, you do that, bam. Now, I wanted to keep this in scale to where it wasn't quite as strong as a potion of supreme healing, because I wanted that to still be tied into, you have to either craft it or find it. But what this does, this is a really, I love the flavor of this. This was the one that I first came up with and showed Ross, and he was like, dude, you got a system here. Something can really work out. And it just took off. Let me show you another one. Stig. This one is so simple, and I love this one. Stig is the hollow. Stig. Stig illuminates an area with a brilliant, all-revealing light. What this can influence is a lantern or a torch or just like any object that emits light. An awakened effect. Stig causes the light emitted by the influenced object to become daylight. You can be a vampire hunter like rune warrior or whatever you want to do. As a bonus action, the influence object's light reveals the true form of any shapeshifters illuminated by it for the duration. This is now your mimic detector. Additional runes. If you have at least 3 other awakened runes from the giant runic language, the light emitted by this influence object shows invisible creatures while invoked. I love that, like, this is one of those ones that I wrote, and I just thought, a lot of veteran players, or, a lot of new players might look at this and think, what is this? And then veteran players are going to look and be like, I'm always taking Stig. This is such a simple, but like, I swear I'm like humble bragging here. Not even humble bragging. I love this rune. I was really, really happy with that one. Some of the other ones are based off of the different the different giants that there are in the game. Worm is another really, really big one. That Worm has a precedent already. Its effects in like older games were kind of blah. Worm in second edition was like basically the Rust monster's like antenna, and it was taking way too long for that effect to really do much of anything. A lot of stuff in like second edition, they hadn't really formalized things like action economy and gotten to like really understand it. We'll see you later, Moonring. Thanks for being here. They hadn't really solidified what like economy really was. So like Worm was something that was super roleplay heavy. This, however, is a big boy effect. Now, this is also an example of like the narrative that I was trying to get across with these runes. It influences a claw of a dragon no younger than 100 years old, coated in molten silver. Alternatively, Worm may be inscribed on the ground in a process that takes 8 hours of work. Yes, Cbeb, I will get on that. That's actually a really interesting question. I've ran a table with a ghost player character. Awakening prerequisites. You must have the Uvar rune and 2 additional runes awakened from the giant runic language. So one that's specific, 2 that you can awaken any other 2 from the giant runic language. Alternatively, you can awaken Worm on a claw if you have slayed the dragon the claw came from. This means that you're going to have to go out and fight a CR-17 dragon in order to get that. Like, I mean, if you do it, cool, and you don't have to meet the other prerequisites, and then you get Worm, and it's like, it doesn't really count super hard against all the other effects. And I think that that's a hard enough restriction that, like, oh, I'm super down with that. Awakened effect. The Worm shields the creature carrying or holding the subject of its influence, granting it resistance to the damage caused by any dragon's breath weapon. That's huge. On the ground, any dragon within a 100-foot radius sphere centered on Worm has disadvantage on saving throws and can have a flying speed no higher than 10 feet. Worm cannot be invoked while inscribed on the ground. So once you do this, that's like you've done this big ritual, and that's a great effect. But you can't invoke this rune. Later on, you can invoke it on the claw. Target a dragon within 30 feet of Worm. The dragon must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or gain vulnerability to all damage types until the end of your next turn. You can use this action 2 more times during the duration. This was an effect that was on a magic item in Storm King's Thunder. So I have... I'm thinking that this is one that I might boost up to like a 4 prerequisite. But like, man, I just love the narrative that got across with Worm. I really dig this rune. And let me go back. That's a little peek into Runic Invocation to what you guys are going to see in Heroes of Frozenfar. That whole system, like I said, it'll be available for $14.99 over on the DMs Guild. Let me look at... give you guys a peek at the fighter... The separate thing that I did from the Rune Knight and the Runic Warrior that I've created. I know the names are really similar, but like I tried to just compensate here a little bit. But so what they get: Inscriber's Tools. You gain proficiency with your choice of Mason's Tools, Smith's Tools, or Woodcarver's Tools, and you learn to speak, read, and write a runic language of your choice. The only one that's included here is going to be Giant. So all you're going to be able to get with this is just Giant. They get the Runic Invocation feature. That's all detailed right here. Invoker's Pulse. This is... oh, man. So I played a lot of Smite, and what I really loved was Freya. Freya, the way that they have Freya over in that game is she has this runic sword, and she can, like, invoke its power. Whenever she does, it can, like, send out this blast of energy. And I was like... that feels super dope. That's like Link's like energy beam out of his sword. I love that idea. So Invoker's Pulse feels a lot like the Sun Soul Monk's like Radiant Sun Blast thing, and it's flavored to be a lot like that. So it gets some flexible damage that you'll see here in a little while. Right now it's force damage, which is already incredible. But if you want to switch it to something else to where it's like, we know that this thing is vulnerable to cold damage, and then you change the damage type over, you'll see here in a second. When you use your action to invoke a rune, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action, very similar to the Eldritch Knight's like scaling. Another great piece by Dean Spencer. Here's the runes known and runes awakened. This was a lot of work in Excel, trying to figure out how many of these things can these guys get to keep them up, like up to par, but not quite exceeding what a spellcaster can do. So you'll see they can have as many as 5 awakened runes. They can know up to 11 different runes, and they can swap out what runes they have awakened during a long rest. Pulse of Ages. Your range of your Invoker's Pulse extends to 60 feet, up from 30 feet. Additionally, when you invoke one of your runes, you can change the damage type dealt by your Invoker's Pulse to either Cold, Fire, Force, Lightning, or Radiant damage. The change lasts until you use this feature again. So that's the flexibility of the damage. And then here's where they get really, really cool. At 15th level, you have resistance against the damage type dealt by your Invoker's Pulse. So this feels a lot like with Dragon's Breath, where like you get resistance to a damage type that you deal with your Dragonfire Breath. This is one of the only ways that you can get resistance to force damage. So I thought this was super cool. Ultimately, as to which one of these is going to be super strong, I think people might figure that out whenever they're playtesting it. But yeah, I was super happy with that. And then Omnipotence. You can invoke each of your runes twice rather than once per long rest. That's already big. Additionally, when you invoke one of your runes, you can change the damage type dealt by your Invoker's Pulse to any damage type of your choice. Anything. You want to deal necrotic damage, you want to deal piercing damage, you want to deal whatever, Omnipotence lets you do that. So this is a flexible way for you to get damage resistance to any damage type, as long as you plan out, like you invoke a rune, and then you're like, okay, this thing is dealing, like I'm seeing it breathe fire, bam, I need to get like defense against that real quick. And then your next turn, once you invoke a rune, you can change it to cold and then smack it. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. I really love this. I think that this Rune Knight there's a little bit more depth to it. I think once you get past, or once you get over the learning curve of what happens with Runic Invocation, I just can't wait to see what people say about this thing. I'm so happy with where that's sitting. So yeah, that's a little peek at Runic Invocation, and it's going to be coming to you guys in Heroes of Frozenfar on September 7th. Right now, we're currently awaiting cover art. Oh, thanks. You can plug this in wherever you want. Honestly, Eric, like Icewind Dale is such a cool location in the Forgotten Realms. If you're just playing Homebrew, hey, these easily fit in. So, yeah. So I want to go back. Cbev was talking about... where was that? Can you justify having a ghost as a player race option? So I did have a ghost as a character on my table. Let me talk about what I would do to bring the ghost... Okay, there we go. So there's a few ways you can go through. You can go through and make an incorporeal kind of character option, right? I don't mind, and I've come out on my channel before and said, my issues with Aarakocra. Don't let that confuse you guys. I don't think that flight is overpowered. I think that 50 feet of flight is overpowered. I think that a character that is able to use flight, like 30 feet, not usually a big issue. If you're playing in homebrew games, it's not an issue. Flight, though, I rate a lot of my stuff on my channel based off of what we see in Adventurers League. And I was DMing Adventurers League for about 3 years. Adventurers League and Adventurers League play, number one, you can't make an Aarakocra anymore. They figured out that these things were way, way, way too busted at the first tier of play. You can get a special certification, like, I know, whatever, to roll up an Aarakocra character that is of 9th level or higher. Because it's at that point that they figured out flight doesn't really become a huge issue in terms of game balance. But that's 9th level. So Aarakocra, I would say if Wizards of the Coast wanted to re-release the Aarakocra, the first thing that they should do is tone down their fly speed to about 30 feet. And I saw a really interesting homebrew actually during that D&D wiki video that I did, where somebody talked about you can use your action to give yourself a fly speed of 30 feet. You have this fly speed until the end of your next turn, unless you use your action to continue it. In that situation, I was like, that overcomes the issues with grappling. So, if you use your fly speed, you're going to have to use your next turn to do the grapple, and at that point, you distributed the damage out far enough to where I don't think that the falling damage exploit is even, like, significant enough to even really consider. So I liked that change a lot. Also, by using your action to do so, it gets rid of you being able to dash. So you can't, unless you have your dash as a bonus action, stuff. But that requires a very specific build to do that. I like that change a lot. But we're talking about making a ghost as a player race option. So ghost. First thing I would say, the ghost is not a great entry-level incorporeal dead. The specter is. Let me pull that up. Gosh, so many stat blocks now. Yeah, the specter is. And yes, it says it has a fly speed of 50 feet. I would say tone down the fly speed to, 30 feet. That's not, yeah. Now, its damage resistances. The way I would tone that down, because like acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder, all the elemental damages, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks, immune to necrotic and poison. So, let's think here, right? Let me just do a new one. Yeah. Okay. So let's just do a new one. We're gonna make a race real quick. We want it to be called Ghost. The problem with calling it Ghost is that Ghost is a stat block already. So if we say that you're a ghost and then you pull up this ghost stat block, it's like, why am I not the exact same thing as this guy? So like, well, it could be Ghost, Poltergeist, Spectre. What are some other? I don't know. Some anyways, we'll roll with Ghost for right now. Okay. Where's Mrs. Eves? Seems to be small caps. Bring you down to. Spirit can work. Actually, I like that. If we go with Spirit, then that gives us some flexibility there. That's sub races right there. I like Spirit. Phantom is a really good choice too. Or like Phantasm. Yeah, Phantom. Okay, so we need. You know what? I need to import these styles instead of just low paragraph styles. Done. Bam. Okay. God, the Witcher soundtrack is just so good. Okay, core body. There we go. Yeah. Let's go with Spirit. Okay, we need ability score improvement. Speed. Age, you are dead. Um, ability. So we know that we're going to give them a fly speed. Medium. You're the same size as you were in life. Yeah, the revived like rogue. I think that they bailed on that because it just didn't really make sense for narrative. There we go. All right, cool. Ability score improvement, age, you're dead, size. I no longer, if I'm just concepting a race, I'm not going to write in alignment. I only do that if I'm like formally doing something. I just don't include alignment into racial traits whenever I'm like homebrewing something for like my self use, because I just don't want players to look at that and be like, oh, I've got to play this alignment. And I just don't like the association of it. Ooh. Ability score improvement. What could be interesting about this is I think, like, we already know that we're going to have to give them the undead creature type. That is a huge detriment. That is massive. Healing magic cannot affect you now. That's huge. That is, I would say, honestly, probably about a -16 according to the detect balance scale. That is massive scary. So I think to balance that out, how do you regain hit points? I would say that, man, they'd have to get something there. So we have the Spectre. Didn't they do a... Isn't there already a Phantom Poltergeist? That's the other one I was thinking of. You can go invisible. That's a really good... That's something really good to make up for some of the crime. Honestly, the fact that you're undead... I'll say this. Your creature type is undead makes up for the fact that we're going to give them a lot of resistances. Hit dice are always rolled at maximum. Yeah, but what narrative is that evoking, really? That's a very bottom-up kind of design, where we have the mechanic that we're trying to, like, fix. I think that something like this, we're going to have to do something where whenever you cause damage, you can get that back. That's what I'm thinking. The resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing would mitigate the inability to receive healing. That is such a massive detriment that I am 100% in agreement with you. So I would say... creature type is undead. What do we call this one? Incorporeal form. Because incorporeal form gets across that you can, like, traverse it through objects and stuff. We need... basically, the concept is... yeah. But what do you name that? Is there like a precedent for that? Yeah, they're gonna... I think that they need to get invisibility as an action. It's not hidden step for them. It's like phase something. Actually, incorporeal form. Actually, here's what we'll do. Is that how it's written in the stat log? Incorporeal movement is how it's written in the stat log. Because that needs to be pretty cool. And they have... Hey, Joseph, how's it going? I think sunlight sensitivity, incorporeal movement. Those are both really good. Telekinetic thrust is so dope. If it, like, this is the poltergeist that they wrote in the monster manual is so that. Hey, what's going on?
We're just back.
Okay, I'm in
Hello,
here.
everyone. Goodbye, everyone.
Hi. God, am I pitting that bad? Woo, man. Yeah, I'm sweating here. I love this idea for telekinetic thrust. That could be your subclass, or your subrace. Because there's different types of spirits that we can roll with on that. You are either a poltergeist. You know what's also cool about this? Well, no, yeah, and man, I was thinking you could do this to go into elemental as a race, but like, elemental doesn't have all the extreme issues that being undead has. Like, if you go elemental, that is almost always a benefit in 5e. If you go undead, that hurts. That really hurts. Your creature type is undead. So, also, from a narrative, whenever you're making death saving throws, that's something else that we have to consider for them. What happens whenever these guys make death saving throws? What do we consider is going on? Later Fable. Like, death saving throws. Is it like possibly you have advantage on it because you're already dead? Or do you automatically fail death saving throws because you're already dead? Like, okay. Transistor soundtrack, by the way. I don't know if you guys can hear that. God, Darren Korb, brilliant composer. Let me turn that up a little bit. Oh, I love this soundtrack so much. Okay. So I think Spirit. I think that's where I'm moving back towards making it a Phantom. Because Spirit has a couple different meanings in Dungeons and Dragons. Phantom, however, paints a very specific picture as an undead, incorporeal thing. Can be picked up / moved by party members. Right. So, wait, Shatterkai. Oh, man, I haven't thought about them in forever. Kalishtar, Gith. They're elves, right? Shatterkai. Wait. Okay. Holy crap. What? Wait, are you talking about Shatterkai from a previous edition? Third level, you also gain resistance to all damage when you teleport using this trait. God, man, Shatterkai are just like... They're really cool. I really gotta give Wizards credit on the Shatterkai. Those are really dope elves that... I just wish I was more into, like, elf as, like, a lore, you know, like, in world building and everything. Like, Tolkien's elves are great, but, like, in my own personal homebrew worlds, I'm just not a huge fan. 4th edition, okay. Okay, so, death saving throws are going to be really hard to get down for the narrative of this. Whenever I initially had... what is happening on let me just pick out a different set list. Here we go. The player character that I had was my buddy Aaron. He was playing his character Benjamin Stack. It was great. I got the best D&D I ever played was on that table. One of the best moments I've ever seen in role playing was on that table. But he was playing a ghost, and I'm telling you, this campaign was wacky. He was playing a ghost that had been sent back through time, and he was trying to figure out basically the cause of his death, and trying to see how he could prevent the actions that were going to take place in the future from happening. Love the character concept, so we rolled with it. And as a ghost, like, he didn't really cause a whole lot of chaos. That's what we're thinking. At that point, can the party actually help you? If you drop to 0 hit points, what happens to you? That's hard to figure out. You know what? Let me text someone real quick. Hang on a sec. Ross, what you doing right now, man? Let me see if Ross is available. I'm going to see if I can't get him on voice chat. Okay, so I like this idea for incorporeal form. The fact that you're undead, those are the most common damage types in the game. That's really big. Chat has a question. If you mind me calling you. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't get Ross on the phone real quick. Let me see though. Oh yeah. The story just seemed to write itself with them, honestly. Let me see. Just he's like live on stream. All right, one sec. I got Ross. Hey, so I had a really interesting question from one of the guys in my chat, and they're talking about possibly making undead, like making a ghost as a player character option, because it seems like they got someone at their table that wants to play one. Now, I've run one before, and it wasn't really a huge deal, but I hadn't even really considered this back in the day when I made the race. What happens when an undead has to start making death saving throws?
That is interesting, because with corporeal people, they fall unconscious.
Right.
And then there's the opportunity to do the medicine checks along with the saving throws.
Yeah. And the fact that their creature type is undead means that they can't be affected by healing magic.
Right.
So...
which means you probably need to build a mechanic into the class or the player option to make that work.
Yeah.
I mean, you could also do it to the point where it's harder to down them. Like,
oh yeah, they're getting... they have a resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's already huge, yeah.
Yeah, but, like, your creature type being undead, I was like, if you get this incorporeal form where you have those kinds of resistances, I think that's the only situation where I see that being really justified.
Yeah, true. I do agree with that. At least they kept themselves from going the full immunity route.
Oh, yeah, totally. So, what I'm thinking is, like... Okay, so death saving throws. Like, I just can't bring myself to really think that narratively that a race like this should be making death saving throws. I think that's something...
Yeah, especially with how just resilient
Yeah.
It already is. I think it might actually be more interesting to, if they do go to 0 hit points, maybe instead they get dragged back to the ethereal plane.
Okay. Are we talking
And
about
then they,
you talking like a mystic kind of they're revived in 1d12 days or something?
well, not necessarily. I mean, that could work in a way. I have a similar system on my immortality subclass for my accursed.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm thinking could be interesting is, what if instead of death saves, it's charisma saving throws? And those charisma saving throws could have a high DC to prevent them from being dragged back through the veil into the ethereal plane and being unable to really contact or reach the rest of the party.
Build it. Yeah, the same way that they do undead what do you do? Oh, the same way that they do what is it? Undead fortitude. Like you make a save against the damage dealt or something like that.
Actually, that wasn't what I was thinking of.
Okay.
What I was thinking of is actually doing a system similar to death saves, but with a higher DC to account for the charisma saves.
Sure.
So, pretty much, when you go to 0 hit points, you begin to feel yourself being tugged back.
Okay.
Out of the material plane back into the ethereal. And before you can do anything, you have to make 3 charisma saving throws, very similar to death saves in functionality, but with a whole different flavor on it. And if you fail, you're dragged into the ethereal plane and cannot affect the material plane for 1d4 hours, which simulates unconsciousness.
Yeah.
But if you succeed, not simulates unconsciousness, but maybe if you succeed, you manage to resist the pull.
Yeah.
But you are so drained from the experience that you can't really do anything for 1d4 hours. Which once again simulates unconsciousness.
That could be basically exhaustion. Well, no, because most undead are immune to exhaustion. Oh god, that's this is why I love this as a rate, from a narrative perspective. I really love the kind of characters it can create, but you try and make it in 5e, and it's just oh my god, there's so many rules to overcome.
Yeah, there are a lot of hurdles, definitely.
Yeah.
But I do think that reflavoring the death saves makes it a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, because the more force of personality a ghost would have, the harder it would be to bring it down. That's a lot of common storytelling and tropes and all of that. Though those with more personality are the ones that are harder to defeat.
Right. Yeah. Oh man, I really dig that. And okay. I like that mechanic a lot. So it's instead of making death saving throws, you make them against a certain DC. But how would you dictate that DC? Would you start it out at 15 and then it adds +1 for every time you've ever been pulled towards the astral plane or something like that?
I'm not sure having it be a permanent increased DC would be a good thing.
Okay.
It might be something interesting where maybe it starts at 15. Then if you succeed, unlike a normal creature, you could come back at 1 hit point ready to keep fighting. As if you rolled a nat 20 on your death save.
Right.
But then the further DC increases for future attempts, maybe by 5 every time.
Jeez.
And it resets when you get a long rest.
Oh,
Very
okay.
similar to the barbarian feature.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh.
And then if you finally do fail 3 successive saves, you're gone forever. You just dissipate. You can't be brought back. That way it's a really big risk reward. You are hyper resilient, but if you do fail the 3 quote-unquote death saves, you're gone forever.
Yeah. Man, okay. Yeah, because you're thinking about how are these guys going to react with Revivify and stuff like that. It's well, you can't. You know,
Yeah,
like,
they're not alive
yeah.
in the first place.
So, I guess just the fact alone that, like, they're undead and you can't be revived, and you got a very, very scary way of dealing with death saving throws. I think to me that justifies like them having 30 feet of fly, um, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing resistance from non-magical attacks. I would even and their incorporeal movement's gonna be really, really good. I had considered a way for them to like, get sort of a life drain similar effect. That way, like, hey, you do have at least some kind of a way of getting hit points back. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna play with this some more. But that's already super helpful. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, the one thing I would just encourage you to do is be careful with just how much you give them, because even with a kind of drawback of
Yeah,
you can't be healed,
yeah.
there's still a lot going on there. Like incorporeal movement is so good that it could
Yeah.
probably be the singular like feature for an entire playable race.
Right. Yeah.
Just because walking through walls is so ridiculous.
Oh yeah, you can walk through doors. So who cares about dungeon crawls anymore? You don't even need a rogue. Yeah, like.
Yeah.
Oh, but. Well, cool. I appreciate that. I just like my chat was just. I had a question about making one, and I was like, all right, I tried in the past, but like it was 4 years ago or something. So I was like, oh, let me just think about it. And now that I got into this, I was like, wait, death saves make 0 sense. So, no, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, it was a good thought experiment.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you get back to it, man. Have a good night.
You too, Sharon.
All right. Later.
Bye.
Hey, little guest appearance we had there, huh? That's why I love Ross's brain for. Ross just, it always helps to collaborate with people. Ross is great about figuring out mechanical narrative. Same with, Benjamin is great in baking in the narrative of it. Ross is good at figuring out like how to make mechanics really convey what the narrative is supposed to be. So yeah, love working with that guy. By the way, if you haven't heard of Ross, go check out Outlandish Adventure Productions. He's got like his sculptor, Accursed. I've reviewed, his Odic as well. I've reviewed some of his stuff on my channel, and he's appeared on here a few times. So his death saving throw mechanic was, let's say pull of the ethereal, or something like that. You drop. Uh, 15 plus 15 plus 5 per time you have hit since your you immediately on success you immediately gain 1 hit point. On a failure you are permanently pulled into the ethereal plane. I think it's the astral plane if we're talking about Forgotten Realms lore. We're just gonna say into the afterlife for right now. You cannot be revived short of a true so that's a real big scary thing. There we go. So that's a big detriment there. Pull of the Ethereal, what that's going to do, that has you nervous at the same time. If you're dropping that many times with all those bonuses, then maybe you deserve to go. Exactly. Well, but that's the thing. This is a person that's already died. So, like, if they're going to be here, there has to be something, like, keeping them tethered. Or the team has got to figure out a way to bring them back and give them a body. So, like, this to me, I'm like, you know what? You've died. And if the deal for you is just that, like, you're, like, there's nothing... Because death to everybody as a character should be scary. But let's stop thinking about it as death and think about it as the mechanic of when you drop to 0 hit points. You know? Instead of you having to make death saving throws, because only living creatures make death saving throws. That's, at least for narrative, that's the way that we're thinking of it. Instead, you make charisma saving throws against a DC equal to 15 plus 5 per time you have dropped to 0 hit points since finishing a long rest. On a success, you immediately gain 1 hit point. On a failure, you are permanently pulled into the afterlife, and you cannot be revived by any means short of a true resurrection spell. Yeah, at that point, I would say, if you can't resist that pull to be banished back into the afterlife, then it's your time to go. As with any other character that dies. The other question is, should it be a series of successive charisma saving throws? I would say no, because you can get proficiency in charisma saving throws. There's only homebrew classes allow you to get proficiency in death saving throws. Ross's Odic allows you to do that. So we don't really have a precedent for that so far in D&D. I just realized this live stream is starting out as like a dungeon crafting thing, and it's turned into this. I just love the scatterbraininess of these live streams. But anyways, so they're going to get incorporeal movement, and like Ross said, that is already so good. Incorporeal movement can be straight up a race's entire feature and be more than fine. If we give them incorporeal movement, okay, hang on. Oh, this is just kind of a thought experiment, Quinn. This is, CBev was talking about how would I make a ghost race, and I thought it just kind of started as like a, yeah. Now, what we have here is already really, really good. Incorporeal movement, they're going to need that, so we're just going to pull that from... yeah, it's just a thought experiment, so I am going to, I'll probably export the PDF once I'm done with this, and just include it in the, description of this live stream after we're done. Undead Skeleton on a podcast along with Ross's Sculpt class. Man, it always happens. You start bragging, and then that, yeah. So I want to think, okay, there we go. Withering Touch, Possession. God, Possession is such a cool feature. I would love for that to be able to be... Oh my god. Hang on. Undying, or the Undead Warlock. Why did it not get this? Because, like, the Undead Warlock is supposed to embody, like, more incorporeal beings. Not necessarily always, like, being a zombie or whatever. Oh, man, this would have made for such a sick class feature. Like, Possession could have been so dope. Oh, man, even if that was the capstone for that. that would have been worth it. That's so good. So good. Testing from a different viewpoint, the charisma save makes this race more attractive to charisma-based classes. Yes, but the DC is incredibly high. The DC is so high that I think I would rather just tie it into the one and done. And I would also venture to say that you cannot gain a bonus to this save outside of being proficient with charisma saving throws. Like, you can't have advantage on this check. But, like, really though, how many ways are there to get advantage on a charisma saving throw? There's bonuses that you can get from, like, you know, guidance is ability checks. Bless. Which, I like the narrative of that. Cool. Your god deems that this person, or this being, should be staying in this realm. Or you feel you are asking your god, please, we need this guy not to die on us right now in order to go through and enact your great plan. Cool. Please bless him so that he can stay, or that they can stay on this plane. Awesome. I like that. I like that story. I'm actually not wanting to tie that into you can't get any advantage on the check. Yeah, bounded accuracy is a thing. This is like, because already you go down once, bam, you drop to 0 hit points. At least with like, okay, at least the good thing about playing a playing a humanoid is that once you drop to 0 hit points, someone can administer you a potion, someone can hit you with cure wounds. Once you drop to 0 hit points, you are super fucked. Like, you are really, really hurting, because you can get up with 1 hit point, and you better hope that you can get a rest in real quick, because you have no other way of restoring your hit points. Rest of the race is drafted. Yeah, possibly. I think that 15 is a good place to start. 15 plus 5 per time that you've dropped to 0 hit points since finishing a long rest, I think is a good place to start. 15 is already pretty hard to hit. I'm not going to lie. 15, if you're proficient with charisma saving throws, let's say you're playing a bard, first level, you go and pull the ethereal, you have a +5 to that save. You have a, I'm trying to remember here. Okay, so that means on a roll of 9, 1 to 9, you fail. That's a 45% chance still. That's with proficiency. If I'm thinking about that right. Let me make sure. You have to roll at least a 10 or higher. So yes, that's a 45% chance to fail. I think that's okay. Like, because that is you investing in, like, you took that class. Like, if you took Warlock, if you took Sorcerer, those make sense. Paladin, even. Those make sense for narrative of, like, your personality. Or, like, you know, you want to talk about Warlock, why are you here? A being has brought you back. That's so cool. Sorcerer, Divine Soul, you were deemed unfit to die right now. A god deemed that your soul could not go on right now. You were too important to what all was going on in the realms. So they brought you back as a phantom. Bard, you're just a super magnetic personality. An anti-banshee. Man, oh god. I really like that. Ability score improvement for these guys. Charisma. Has to be. There has to be something tying you, your will, to this realm. Okay. By 2. The reason why I'm doing that, oh god, the Borderlands, there's a Borderlands DLC that took place in a D&D game, and Flame Rock Refuge is like, oh, I love this song. So, your charisma score makes a lot of sense for them getting that bolstered up. Let me see that. The language can maybe use a little bit of fine tuning though, because it would be read as DC 20 DC plus 5 per time you have dropped. Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. You must make it charisma saving throw. Yes, okay. Dude, yeah, Dragon Keep, that is of every expansion I've ever played in a video game, that is the best, absolute best DLC I've ever played in any video game whatsoever. Dragon Keep was aces, in my opinion, and not just for the fact that I played Dungeons and Dragons a lot, and I had a lot of love for that. That was just a damn good DLC. The setting and everything, taking Borderlands, that's this insane world, and then suddenly setting it in a fantasy setting was so like, what the, oh, cool, like, yes, alright. Plus, I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard on my channel, I'm a big sucker for Flintlock fantasy, so I'm all about guns and dragons. So yeah, I'm one of those guys. If you say firearms don't belong in D&D, just get the fuck off my table. DC for this saving throw. Throw increases by 5. Okay. What's the wordage here we need? The DC for the saving throw increases by 5. The DC for the saving throw increases by 5 per time you have dropped to 0 hit points since finishing your last long rest. Oh. Bam. Got it. Got it. On a success, you immediately gain 1 hit point, and the DC for the saving throw increases by 5 until you finish a long rest. So that increases by 5 for every subsequent down after the... right. The thing is, this wordage right here already covers that, because the next time that you make this and you succeed, it would also increase by 5 again. So that is cumulative, but I can understand why the wordage isn't coming across as if it is. So it is important to be very clear with your wording. So what can we... by 5 until you finish a long rest. I thought that... Oh, disaster piece. Good. I feel like that does get the idea across, but I think you're right in that, like, some people could interpret that as it only goes up to 20. Each time you succeed on this saving throw, the DC increases by 5. When you finish a long rest, the DC resets to 20, or to 15. I like that. That does get that very clear. Yes, okay. Okay, each time you increase the saving throw.
day that war is gonna fall. Gonna build that city on a hill.
I like that. I like that a lot. Now, you have got to figure out how you're going to get hit points. How can we make it to where these guys can get hit points back? We can give them the life drain. That's going to encourage murder hoboism, and we don't want to do that. Like, you don't want to make it to where your party can just go into town and grab a bag of chickens and then just slaughter the chickens and gain hit points back. Temporary hit points are a really good and underutilized design space. So there's temporary hit points that you can play with. That could be whenever you deal necrotic damage, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to the necrotic damage dealt. Because temporary hit points don't stack. I mean, I'm sure most of you guys know that if you're here on this channel. You're interested enough in D&D that... yeah, I've thought about something like that. There are tables that play with that already as an action. They call it like heroic mode or something, where like you can expend a heroic point and roll a hit die. Maybe said Phantom would have to go into a trance to self-heal. I'm thinking I think that this is copywritten. That'll work. I love Starlight Brigade, but yeah, I think that song is actually possible copyright infringement. At least I could get in trouble for it. Once per turn bonus action. So, some cool things that can draw that can give us some inspiration for this. Hang on, actually, I'm gonna take a real quick break because I just realized how bad I'm actually pitting out in this shirt. I will be right back in like 5 minutes. Actually, make it 3 minutes. There we go. Whew, feeling a lot more fresh now. Alright, so let me turn that down just a little bit. Let me catch up with these. Okay. Yeah, temp HP. Honestly, the Pugilist, I think, marked a pretty big point where a lot of us realized, like, how many resources weren't really experimented with in D&D 5e. And Benjamin showed, like, temporary hit points can be such an interesting resource to use. So, like, yeah, that was my big praise on that. And it's really, I think discovering that class was a big turning point for a lot of people, where we saw like, oh man, this is what you can really do with the game. Okay, like Ross has even noted that as the reason he started really making content for D&D. Go into a trance to self heal. So, okay. They don't really have a reason. So let's talk about this, because we're making a race that is so absolutely. This toys super hard with what the healing mechanics of 5e are, right? Because now we've completely subverted what death saving throws are meant to do. Yeah, I think that might be a thing. Whenever you expend hit die, you regain the full value of the hit die. Is already really good. That is always going to mean that you're going to always heal to full, as long as you expend, I think, at least half of your hit die. Let's talk about the math of that. That's super interesting, actually. Well, interesting to fucking nerds like me. Okay, so you go Bard with this, right? So D8 die. Let's say, you know what? Here, let me clear that. 4.5. Let's say that you're a beefy Bard, and you went with a 16 in your Constitution. That's 7.5 that you're going to usually have on average for your hit points. So the problem with poison damage. Hang on. Now this is pretty important, because this is a big deal for 5e design. Let me turn this down. So intrinsically, tying in. Let me get it. There we go, so I can see chat. By the way, Divinity Original Sin, any of you that have not played that game, that are looking for something to do while we're all in quarantine right now, need to go fucking pick up Divinity Original Sin. That game is amazing. It is. Some people are like, well, it's D&D the game. It's Pathfinder. It's Pathfinder as a video game. The action economy is identical to Pathfinder. Yeah, this race is already very good. If we gave them poison damage, heals undead, there are cantrips that can allow you an infinite healing resource with that. But the fact that A, they're undead, and B, if they do die, that is a really scary way to have to deal with death saves. You can get proficiency with it. You can never get expertise with it. So the most that you are ever going to have in your charisma saving throw is a plus 11. Which means that eventually this gets down to be, you have a 20% chance. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, this means that there will be no more than a 20% chance. Sorry. There will be no less than a 20% chance that you can fail this. At any tier of play, this means that, yes, there is a point where you cannot go any further beyond 20% chance of failure. Unless they got, like, bless on them, in which case I'm fine with that. So, yeah, this race is already really good. But it doesn't... Here's the problem. It doesn't get the narrative across. This isn't doing what I think we're really setting out to do. You get 30 feet of fly speed. Your creature type is undead. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. Incorporeal movement. We're just going to copy and paste that. They should already get dark vision. Yeah, they're going to get dark vision. They just need to have that. Ooh, and you're honestly, you're taking a big risk at first level if you try your incorporeal movement and you don't know how thick that wall is. That'll kill you real quick. Um, Other creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. You take. Huh. Is that Disaster Piece? Red Vox. Wow, that sounded like a Nobuo Uematsu work. That like little guitar sweepy arpeggio thing was like. Oh, it was okay. Yeah, that was straight out of Final Fantasy. Oh, that was killer. Okay. Yes, this race is already insanely good. Um, I'm just going to predict right now that this race is probably about a 30. No, 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 no. Let me pull that back. Your creature type is undead is massive. Massive, massive. You can't be healed by healing magic. That's huge. That is, I would say honestly, on the Musica scale, which is what they do the tech balance thing off of. The Musica scale, I would say that this race is probably close to a 24. 24, 25. Pull of the Ethereal is a detriment. That is not as good as being able to make death saving throws. I would very easily take death saving throws over Pull of the Ethereal. Because you get multiple chances to fail that. At least like as low as 3. No wait, as low as 2, as high as 5 chances to do death saves. This is a one and done. You succeed, great. You fail, you're gone. That's terrifying. But you're already dead, so that's a risk that you take whenever you play this race, as you know that. What's the actual word for that? You have a... Should they be able to grapple? Like, for real, should they be able to grab people and pick them up? Because I think ghosts can, right? Ghosts can do that. Specters can technically do that, right? It's Withering Touch. God, Withering Touch is so scary. Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at the ghost, and I'm like, why didn't they just take this ghost stat block and use this as their inspiration for, like, making the undead warlock? I would have loved that. Possession is something I really love. That is too good, though, to put onto a race feature. That needs to be tied to a class feature. That's the kind of strength that we're talking about here. Or, someone mentioned it earlier, racial feat. That can be a racial feat. Something, okay, so DC 13. 13 minus 8 is 5. 5, their armor class is 11. What's their, do they have a skill for, no. Plus 5 to hit. They're using their charisma to hit? Is their proficiency bonus a plus 4? Okay, I'm going to assume that their proficiency bonus is a plus 2. And that they're using charisma to calculate that melee weapon attack. So that would mean that 3 plus 2 is 5 plus 8 is 13. So that is based off of their charisma to set the DC for that. 8 plus 3 plus 2, 13. So possession would be a feat that they can pick up later on. And I would honestly say something like that should be tied behind 9th level. They can only do that once per day. Well, ooh, that should only be 5th level, actually. One humanoid that you can see within 5 feet of you must succeed on a charisma saving throw or be possessed by you. Is that bad to do once per day? You know what? How long is it affected? Like, that's a good question. Okay. I think that, the possession thing, that's just a little too good to give them as a base race trait. Because, like, you get to do this until it drops to 0 hit points, you end it as a bonus action, or you're dispelled by something such as the Dispel Good and Evil spell. Not many things have that prepared. Like, if you're a player character, most likely you've got someone in your party that can do that. Not many enemies can. But it is restricted to only humanoids? I don't know, thought. Anyways, that's a thought for something later. Okay. So, Pool of the Ethereal. How are we looking? I might have to do the dungeon again on another time. Because, boy, my throat is killing me right now. So, languages, you know the language... The hard thing with that is, like, it knew the languages it knew in life, and since we're making this as a... we're making this as a race, I'm just going to say, common in one language of your choice. And some people might be like, well, but I can't make my Aarakocra ghost because I knew 2 languages in life, and I'm like, that's not my problem. Okay. So, your creature type is undead. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. You are immune to the poison condition. Oh my god, wait. Hang on. You have to be immune to the poison condition. Oh, damn. We've got a problem now. This is going to bring this way above par. They have to have this for this race to make sense. However, how do we not say this and not give them immunity or resistance to poison damage? We have so many resistances on this thing right now. But it does kind of need it because it doesn't have another way. Yeah, this is... Without this doesn't make any sense. We need to at least have resistance. Okay. Hang on. Let me look at something real quick. Poison damage is so incredibly common. Go support these guys, by the way. The Detect Balance guys. The people putting this thing together, you can see there's currently about 32 people that are currently looking at this sheet, using this to homebrew with. Such a great tool. Yeah. Well, it's going to kind of have to. Fire or poison resistance is already a +4. Okay. Poison resistance and advantage is already at. Where's the UNT? You know what? Yeah, for about another 10 minutes, my throat's about to totally give out. It's an 8. Fuck, that's big. Okay. Let me write out the music score real quick. Okay, and this is showing you guys, I guess, a little bit on how to use the tech balance scale. Cool. Okay. Their ASI is already really good. It's already so good. Size doesn't do much of anything. And how do we really make these guys like not immune to being grappled? Like, that's another thing we gotta think of. Well, incorporeal movement already does that, so we don't have to worry about that. Right? Like, incorporeal movement is gonna just allow you to flip out of being restrained or grappled. And I'm sorry, but what dumb person is gonna try to tie up a ghost? Who's gonna try to slap some handcuffs on a ghost? I think this is one of those things where, like, Moonring, we are actually working on, CBev was asking how to do, like, a thought experiment on, making a ghost race. So we're talking about, like, how can you make something like this and make it reasonable for D&D. Yeah, the double effective hit points is so damn good. So this is one of those ones where I say, on your table, I would only really allow this if you could give, like, you know that this is going to be a really strong race. But you have a character, you have a player that really wants this concept. Yeah. God. You know what? If it exceeded his armor class, that dwarf got bit. So. Okay, ASI. Okay, this music is getting a little... Oh, wait, nuh-uh. We don't need to be playing... What's all this copyright stuff? Come on. I don't know. I can listen to Flame Rock Refuge again. How about you guys? God, I love this song. Okay. So, ability score improvement. And then they get their speed. Their size is going to have a 0. Small definitely does have some mechanical detriments to it. However, there's also a lot of pluses to it. So it doesn't, being a small creature doesn't really factor in much to your Musikis rating. I actually just made my actually just redid my Ratatosk race, and I actually made a tiny size race with all the rules and everything for making tiny size races over on the DM's Guild. And I got it in a way to where it's mechanically clarified, and I really love that, and I think it's the way I'm going to move forward with making tiny races. Literally jammed his fist in the vampire's mouth, and he's getting pissed that the vampire bit him. That sounds like a real fun dude to play with. Because anytime I hear some of these stories where I'm just like, the player was like, oh yeah, I did this one thing and didn't expect to get punished for doing something really incredibly dumb. I'm like, dude, I don't know what to tell you, man. We're gonna say, okay, charisma score increases by 1, and 2 other ability scores of your choice increase by 1. That feels a lot, I'm a lot happier with that. Because already they're about to get a lot. This is gonna get scary. Got mad because I... Dude, that's... I have to vet the people that come and play on my table. I can't deal with. If it's people that like, I have to get to know my players. I have to know them before I'm really comfortable with sitting down at my table and playing with them. I got loud. We are rocking that soundtrack. I've got to look up more stuff by Just for Kid because this song is just incredible. So size, speed, undead. That's huge. Incorporeal form. Are we going to call it Undead Fortitude? Because that's already got a thing. This is one of those things where, like, the second you figure out how to make this and make it decent, this is one of those, like, golden moments, golden ideas for D&D that people are dying to get, dying to get just right. And I really like this right now. Undead is so big. Like, okay, so undead means that you also don't need to eat. You also don't need to breathe. You also, what is it? You don't need to eat, you don't need to breathe, you don't need to drink. That's on the Warforged. So, man, what time are we looking at right now? Alright, I got about 3 more minutes that I can give to this. And then I've got to head off here. I'm like, oh, my throat is killing me. You cannot be diseased or poisoned. Has to be that. Because it's more than just you're immune to being... Ugh. Okay. What are we working with here? What do they call that with Warforged? What's that feature called? Where... they're still building this, aren't they? There was one for the Warforged. Yes, okay. So he said ASI, choice of ASI, construction resilience. $11. Yes, that's effectively what that means, Eric, yeah. Okay. So, what I think with this, if your table allows Yuan Ti and Seder, they should have no problem allowing this. Is that getting everything across? We still need to get, wait, Undead Nature. So, they don't need anything else. This is all literally enough to make a Phantom and make it feel very faithful. And honestly, if we gave them any way to heal, this would be busted. And I'm saying better than Yuan Ti Pure Blood busted. It is already really, really good. You can get proficiency in charisma saving throws, and make the pull of the ethereal less scary, that doesn't change the fact that this is a one and done. And if you fail it, like that 2 right there I just rolled, your character's gone. And nobody can assist you. Pull of the ethereal is devastating. But this is very swingy. I would say pull of the ethereal is like a negative 24. I'm going to be generous here, though, and say that it's like a negative 20. Undead creature type is also massive. I would say that that's probably like a negative 8 on this scale. If not like a negative 12. You're getting your fly speed. I think that the trade-off that we're thinking is that your creature type is undead. You do not need to eat, drink, sleep, or breathe. It's really good for that. Okay. You also have double hit points, and you have to... Right. So I would say pull of the ethereal is enough to where I think that you talk to this player and you say, hey, here's the deal. The way that this works, if your character dies, if your character is reduced to 0 hit points, I just want you to know that according to this, if you fail this saving throw, your character will be permanently dead. And if they're cool with that, go with it. Yeah, exactly. Like, just because you have resistance to those damage types, which are all extremely common, especially poison damage, I'm just going to say this. Was Warforged resistant to it? I forgot if Warforged was resistant or immune. If Warforged is immune, we're making it immune. Because, I mean, okay, D&D 5e is experiencing some pretty bad power creep right now. So I would say, so they only have resistance to poison damage. But they also have biological mass. Undead resilience. Okay. Giving... What is this? There we go. Okay, Fez soundtrack is great. Okay. So, creature type is undead. We're just basically going to be like, give me these. Oh, what just happened there? Did that just get shot over to... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. You don't need to sleep. But magic can still put you to sleep. Let's not give them everything in that. When do I think the next stream will be? I'm not super sure. It's like, I know that trying to time this all around all these big different releases, I know that the night that we release Heroes of Frozenfar, I've talked with AJ Pickett about this, about doing a collaborative stream. Trying to pull some of his subs over here towards my channel and just having fun over there where we're cross-promoting this project that we worked on together. And And I think that's going to be. I thought it would be really funny to do a stream where AJ and I are just kind of talking about the project, and then we take a shot every time the product passes certain guild accolades over on the DM's Guild. So, like, hey, if it goes bronze in the first day, then or if it goes copper the first day, we take a shot real quick, and then if it hits silver, we do another. We thought that might be pretty fun. So maybe on the 7th, I think that would be a really great live stream. So that way, if people had some questions, I can answer them over here. Especially because there's a lot of content in that book. I did get a pretty cool preview from the cover artist. And those of you guys that have been hanging out here long enough, I'll give you a sneak peek. I'm not kidding you guys. I, for real, cried whenever I got the concept sketch back from Nate. Hang on, let me pull this up. Oh, where'd it go? Okay. Alright. Hang on. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, cool. Wait, what channel, or what did he do that one on, I wonder? I want to find that. Yeah, AJ's been a huge support. I always call him my YouTube dad. AJ's been a really great mentor in trying to navigate this sudden burst of YouTube success. So, this is from Nate Artuz, who's our cover artist on Heroes of Frozenfar. For those of you guys that have stuck around, I'm just going to give you guys this peek so you can see the cover art as it currently sits. We're supposed to get this back on Monday, so... Oh my god! That is so... Oh my god, I love this. It's a Remoraz fighting a Veer with this adventurers party hanging out down here in the bottom. This community posting made oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and AJ AJ contributed a lot of lore to this book. Whenever we actually get back the final cover art, I'm going to, trust me. Whenever I saw the initial sketch, I was already like, oh man, this is so killer. And then I saw this rendered this morning, and I was like, oh my god. Oh, this looks so cool. I can't wait to see the eyes in red, and then the Heroes of Frozenfar logo and stuff all up on top. This is going to be incredible. Nate Artuz, go check him out over on Instagram. Guys, I know that we got a long ways away from the dungeoneering crafting side of it, but I really love what we spent some time doing this live stream. It's been a blast. My throat is definitely ready for some sleep. Let me format this. Okay. So, yeah, this is a big thought experiment. Really fun one, though. It's good to go through this with you guys and try and make something like this actually happen. And big thank you to Ross for making this, making a surprise appearance. I'm not going to count that language. So, Undead Resilience is going to get that. Undead Resilience is going to do all that. Incorporeal Fortitude is going to cover that. And I think you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. Let me just check that and see how hilarious this is going to be. 1 common resistance. Okay. 1 non-magical physical resistance. 10. This is going to be... Oh my god. This is nuts. I don't think I've ever made anything that was that that insane. 11. Okay. 11 minus, we're going to say another 20 for that. Undead. Creature type. However, it's met up pretty well with that. Well, okay. So we initially said that the trade-off for not being able to heal up was the fact that you've got that incorporeal fortitude. Not being able to be healed, not being able to be treated by medicine checks, not... That is the way that you regain hit points in D&D. So, well, I mean, outside of a rest. I think that that's scary. You can't be revived. Like, what I do like about that... Yeah, did I cover incorporeal form? Incorporeal movement. Incorporeal movement's really big. I would give that one probably pretty easily a 16, if not higher. So, is this race balanced? No. Hey, Fable. Yeah, I'm actually just about to head out here in a second. But here's what we come up with. Okay. So according to the Musica score, that's 30 minus 32, negative 2, plus 16, that's 14, plus 11, that's 25, plus 32, that's 57, minus 20, that's 37. Hey guys, it's still more balanced than the UNT. I mean, this is above what I mean, and if we're looking at the power budget from here, it's a little bit stronger than the variant human. That's if my math is all right. I would say this is 38 plus or minus 3. You know. Yeah. So this is definitely above par. This is definitely way, way, way above par for power budget. I usually like to design mine around a 30. This is still weaker than Satyr. Like, if that doesn't tell you how insane magic resistance is. Like, but the other thing with Satyr gets an all beneficial set of race traits. So, yeah. Like, this number does not necessarily mean that this would be balanced for every table. There's some tables where I think that this would be extremely, extremely weak. There's some tables where I think that this is going to be the most busted thing that they think they've ever seen. But I think this would work if you're cool with knowing that, like, you discuss this with your player and you say, hey, like, part of the big caveat to this is that if you can't heal, and if you die, you're dead if you fail that save. So if you're cool with that, I'm cool with you playing this. If you guys are alright with that, then, like, I don't see a big problem. I think it could be a really cool, compelling character. I'll export this PDF and leave it down in the comment section below for you guys to check out and download. If you want to go play test it, that's all cool. I'm going to take possession off of here for that, though, because we didn't really work on that. Let's do this. I swear I'm gonna end this stream soon. Okay.
Just another
What's up?
water, excuse
Oh no,
me.
I'm about to head out. My throat is probably, I don't know what's on my desktop.
Oh, restart me.
Huh? Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Good night, YouTube.
Alright, cool. Cool. All right, I'm going to leave a link to that down in the description below if you guys want to go check it out. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for being here, everybody. Oh, man, it has been 4 hours and 14 minutes. The VOD for this should be up on YouTube, hopefully within the next, I don't know, hour or so. But yeah, thanks for all the suggestions and everything. We're going to build that dungeon one of these days, I swear. Anyways, guys, thank you all. I hope you all have a great night. yeah, thank you, Moonring, Eric, Fable, Cbab, everybody that was contributing some stuff. Thank you all so much for being here.